我去说一下。哦，要进来。等一下。你测试一下等一下我帮你当客户。OK， 可以，现在可以分享屏幕，你看看行不行？可以，没问题。
等会儿是不是所有他们那个 speaker 的那个演讲都要 record 呀？我
对。
看，
哦，你等一下，我把那个，你要改名字先。我们现在是直播了，我今天会放 YouTube 直播，所以你要把你的名字改成那个 t e n
那我是改成，
就是跟我同事进来那个一样的，就是改。
哦，好的，
就 t e n 按名就可以了。
好的。这样 OK 吗？
对。然后等一下，他第一个是那个 speaker sharing 嘛，所以你大概可能1:55左右，你就要开始准备今天的开场了。他们应该很快就都进来，然后我们2点就正式开始 speaker sharing 的。所以你可能你一开始你就55分开始讲一下，就欢迎大家参加今天第2天的那个 Global Youth Workshop， 然后到2点开始你是说欢迎今天的那个，就是你准备的那些稿子练就可以了吧。然后介绍一下那个 speaker 的背景，然后就给他。
好的。
然后我们来测试一下你那个游戏的 PPT 能不能用。
好。
然后你人可能要稍微坐的像我这样远一点，就是可能坐正一点，不然会有点你懂吗？就你在这个位置就会有点那个，你要稍微像我这样稍微比较远一点，可能会好一点。
好，这个距离 OK 吗？
可以再稍微后退一点啦。你是离得很远了吗？哦，这样好一点。但你这样就感觉好像听不到声音。
没事，那我就保持这个距离吧，就把头。
对，你稍微上面需要有露一些空间出来，不要显得很顶的。OK， 好，来，我们测试一下你的 PPT。
Share screen。
我们来测试一下那个游戏有没有点，然后那个特效能不能做，然后我们分组就按照我们之前分的就对了吧？对，我们点一下这边测试，你这都测试过了好，怎么答案就出来了？你这边点一个。
点一下就是，再点一下就是答案。然后
你慢点点，你慢点点。来，我们先测试一下中间那个300，你点太快了。来，我们。
中间是300，这个吗？
对，点这个300，你点一次，可以一次。OK，然后他们回答完了，可以 to see answer， 点下面那个。OK， 然后再可以那个去回主页面。OK， 可以。所以
我们到时候就是他们回答完一题，我就把这个分数删掉，就免得重复选。
就是他们回答完这题就会删掉了，对吧？
就这个分数我就这样子删掉。
那前统计是你统计吧？
对，我会在这边记。
可以，好，可以，没问题，好的。然后分组就按我们昨天那个名单吗？因为昨天一共是21个人，但是今天可能会有个人会来，因为他昨天他在坐飞机隔离嘛，所以他今天应该是可以来参加了。
好的。
就我有给你看那个人。
OK。
就是那个叫什么名字？就是那个王新宇吧，王新宇应该是会来参加，因为他4号在飞机，今天应该在酒店隔离，所以他今天应该会来。然后那个 Rene 那个 NUS 他就说他有事，应该什么的，然后他今天开始就不来。还有一个在考试请假，就是说昨天、今天不来，后天会来，明天开始他会来，所以有3个变动的情况。
那应该总共还是5个对吧？我记得昨天是5个 breakout room。
你要弄 breakout room 吗？
不用，我是说那个分组的话，因为我看到昨天就如果是分组，他们是分了5个组嘛。
对，差不多也会20来个人啦，所以你看怎么给他们分组就可以。
然后我想问一下，就是等一下，就比如说那个嘉宾在做分享的时候，如果我停止那个 screen sharing，然后我在旁边用文档记笔记的话，会有影响吗？我怕它会显
不会，
示出来。
不会，你做你的事情没关系，
啊
他们也不会特别看，因为你的头像会之后就变得比较小嘛。就好像假设我现在分享我的屏幕，那你看到你的头像就会比较小，是吧？就到边上去，所以你在做点什么，其实看的不是很出来啦，这没关系。
我准备等一下，就他们，因为我们要写那个 summary 嘛，我就准备他们讲的时候，我就在旁边开个文档，就记一下笔
对，因为
记。
你晚上要写 summary，对，可以。反正第一个part 其实不是你就2点到3点你要 record，你现在可以 try to 试一下，你可以 record to the cloud 也是可以啦，record this computer，然后你点完你取消，它会 convert，你会这样子，对，结束，或者你不要你就点那个 record this computer，然后暂停，然后你暂停之后，你的那个游戏环节我们就不要再记录了，然后等到下一个 session 开始，你再点播放，这样我们只记录那个就是 speaker sharing 跟那个 training 这个部分，那到时候可能需要你把视频剪一剪，剪成他们的那个部分，然后我发给他们这样。
OK。
所以你现在就只要暂停跟播放，暂停跟播放，你不要点着那个方结束就可以，因为它结束它就必须要转化了嘛。所以差不多55分开始，你就可以点这个 record 的按钮了。OK。
好的。
现在有人在外面了，你能看到在微听论里的人吗？
可以。
那没事，这个我来管，我来拉，你就做你的东西就好。然后你差不多55分的时候，可以把你的屏幕换成 PPT 的那个第一页，就第2天的第1页，就不要是停止的状态。
那我等一下，就是55的时候，我就开始说，就是大家下午好，然后欢迎参加今天的 Global Youth Venture，然后说我们，就是我是直接开始说，就是我是谁啊什么的，
不不不，
还是说
你是这样，你55分的时候，你会告诉他们说，哦，我们现在的活动将在5分钟之后开始，然后再等一下，他们陆陆续续会进来。你差不多到3点的时候，你再开始正式的介绍，然后介绍 speaker，就是说你的 before 正式开始之前，你要告诉他们，哦，我 event will be start in about 5 minutes，这样子跟他们讲一下啦，让他们稍微等一等。等你3点，你2点开始就说，好，就开始念欢迎词，然后 speaker 应该也快来了啦，看一下。你现在先把 PPT 换成那一页。对，先换成 Day 2了。对，然后你全部过一遍，我看 Day 2有没有问题，来全部放一遍。对，介绍规则，等到它，然后再往下，好，对，今天就 OK 了。可以。那你现在回到 Day 2。然后你要开始说的时候，你就可以开始点 record 了。差不多你要开始说，our event is about to start in 5 minutes， 这个时候你就开始 record， 然后你到2点我们正式开始，它就一直录下去。然后你到3点的时候，你那个 speaker 讲完，你可以暂停，不要录。然后你游戏过后，你到了4点的时候，全脸我们再接着录。那之后你把这个 Zoom 整个关掉之后，它会在你的电脑上面 convert 成那个 video 的一个形式啊，所以到时候剪成3段就可以。
然后就是 speaker 在说话的时候，我这边也是，就视频要一直开着吗？还是他们说话我就关掉，然后过会儿再回来？
你说什么？你再说一遍，我在那看着名单。
就是 speaker 在说话的时候，我这边也是把那个摄像头开着吗？还是？
对，你是主持人，你要一直开着。
好。
主持人你要一直开着，但你可以把你的声音 mute 掉了，in case 你旁边有什么杂音。
OK。
往 speaker 上线。我准备放他们一个个进来了哈。speaker 来了 ，speaker 来了。让他当 co-host。
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Okay, so the event will be starting in 4 minutes, so we will wait the other students to join.
Okay, cool.
So Aileen will be your MC for today. So later we will do an introduction for you.
Okay, cool. Should I share my screen now? Or maybe later. Yeah, okay.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Our event will start in a few minutes. Please wait for a moment. Okay, it's almost 2 o'clock now. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to participate in today's Global Youth Venture. I'm Anning from City University of Hong Kong, and I'm the MC today as an intern. For the following days, I will participate in the venture with you together as a student. If you can hear me, please type 1 in the chat box. Thank you. We will have 3 main parts today. To begin with, Yering will have an executive dialogue. Then we will play a game about culture. At last, we will have 2 more talks brought by Stephanie and Daniel. If you have any questions, feel free to type in the chat box and the speaker will answer them after the talk. To keep our lecture running smoothly, please mute yourself when the speaker is talking and change your Zoom name in the format of school name. If you don't mind, you can also open your camera to ask questions. Thank you for your cooperation. Okay, so to begin with, let's invite Yering Park from Shopee to share her experience with us. Yering is a Korean professional, having built up a career in Korea, China, and Singapore, from fashion industry to e-commerce. Let's see what we are going to learn from her. Yering, you can share your screen.
Okay. Hello, can you see my screen? Okay, nice to meet you guys. I'm Yeri. I'd like to introduce myself first. I was born and raised in Korea, and I have a huge interest in what's happening in other parts of the world. I majored in fashion business in Korea and started my career at, sorry for the sound, at Samsung CNT. Sorry. Which is the biggest fashion company in Korea? Sorry, my apartment has some announcement. I did market research in the strategic planning team in Samsung in Korea. I met a lot of good colleagues there, but I wanted to translate my career to an IT related field, as I believe the future was there. After 2.5 years, I decided to move to Shanghai as I wanted to give myself a chance to be exposed to an international environment. The announcement is pretty long. They're talking about the COVID-19. Okay, so I did my master in Shanghai Jiaotong University. I liked Shanghai, but as my Mandarin speaking skill was not good enough, so I thought I needed to move to English-speaking country where I can accelerate my career. So I applied for an exchange program to Singapore Management University. And I spent 4 months in Singapore first, and then I got a job at Shopee Singapore, which is a big e-commerce company in Southeast Asia. And I ended up staying in Singapore for 3 years. And now I'm back in Korea doing business development at an international firm in Seoul. So reason for sharing is I also received a lot of help and inspiration from others, especially Korean women who pioneered having international careers outside of Korea. I read their blogs, saw their articles, YouTube and podcasts, and I got courage from them. As they pioneered and landed those positions, I thought I can also do that. So they shared many tips about salary negotiations, job searching abroad, networking, etc., which I could learn and use in the real world. And I believe the power of sharing online can be powerful. And in times like these, in this chaotic world now, I hope my words can help someone and inspire someone who wants to find their own path. So my the first thing that I want to share is choose the right market for me. My priority was working culture, quality of life, people, and salary and investment environment. And Singapore turns out to be the right market for me 3 years ago in terms of career growth and quality of life. And now I'm back in Seoul to focus more on my family and career growth and investment. Think about your current priorities and choose the right market for you. About the taking risks. So if you think you are stuck in certain company, industry, or country or situation, you need to have the gut to change the situation, and you have the strength to do it. And if you're afraid of taking risks and making changes, then before taking action, collect as much information as possible and meet as many relevant people as possible so that you can evaluate or estimate if you can do it or not. So ask for help. For example, if you want to move to blockchain industry in Singapore, reach out to relevant people through LinkedIn, send messages with a brief introduction and ask for a coffee chat or ask simple questions so that the person can get back to you. Some people might ignore your message, but surprisingly, many people are open-minded and willing to help. You cannot be rude, but you can show your passionate attitude, showing how much you're interested in the position. Also, if you want to achieve something, keep saying it in front of people around you. I want to work at blockchain company in Singapore, such like that. People will remember you whenever they encounter related opportunities. Singapore especially has a referral-based culture, so knowing someone in the same company can be very critical in getting a chance to interview or knowing internal information. Reach out and take a chance. This is especially important when you are relocating to a different country where you don't have any wide network. And it's all about people. So you never know how you might meet someone next time. I received a lot of help from unexpected people until now. When I was looking into a new job, new house, networking, investment, I got help from people who didn't expect or want any compensation from me. So I deeply appreciate all the help that I received. And now I'm trying to be the person who can help others in advance with no strings attached. About the working culture, so Korea. So I can compare Korea, Singapore, and Shanghai, where I have some experience. For your information, my experience in Korea is limited to a big Korean conglomerate company. Whereas now in Korea, more dynamic and young tech startups are focusing on individuals' expertise and trying to create the flat working culture. But what I experienced 4 years ago was that being humble and being a yes man was very important. And still, it's pretty hierarchical. But when I moved to Singapore, it took some time to adjust to a new environment as the company culture was more flat, practical, individual, and more meritocratic, which means performances, and performance is more important than the hierarchy. So feedback was very important. It was a mix of China and US culture where people move companies frequently in 1 to 2 years. So raise their salary and promote themselves within the company and market was very important. The labor market is much more flexible, and it means that for the employer, both firing and hiring was much easier than in Korea. About China, the working organization is rather flat if I compare to Korea, as they don't use the former expressions as Koreans. But there's much more top-down decision-making and direct communication. Korea has the nunchi culture, literally translated eye measure. Nunchi is the art of sensing what people are thinking and feeling and respond. You have to respond appropriately. For me, this nunchi culture is what's preventing direct feedback culture in Korean companies. But in 3 different countries, relationship building, the 관시 building was the most important thing. About the feedback, so I want to talk about the importance of feedback. As I worked in international managers, I asked myself, what is the good manager? Giving good feedback is very important part. So instead of complaining, give constructive feedback, listen to others reasonably. Is very important. Share feedback and listen well. This is not only important for manager level, but also important for employees too. So when I grew up in Korea, I was not used to feedback culture. I was not good at giving feedback to my boss. You cannot even think of it in Samsung, I thought, and taking feedback rationally. But now I try to vocalize what I think and try to give the constructive feedback to have the better result in team. And about the decision making. So understand the market and industry trends fast and move fast accordingly in career and even investments. If I stayed in my previous company, which mainly does the fashion manufacturing, it would have been quite frustrating now because the industry prospect is not very good. As I traveled to China and even Silicon Valley after quitting my first job, I realized that I want to move to an international tech company or e-commerce company where all the innovations are taking place. About personal investment, link your industry insight with your investment decisions. For me, it was the IT stocks. If you are in tech or e-commerce, you can get industry information faster than others. For example, if you see several companies expanding their headcount or office during COVID-19, you can assume that the company is doing well in terms of their revenues. Or if you're in e-commerce, you can see not only B2C or C2C e-commerce companies such as Amazon or Shopee is growing, but can also see D2C, direct to consumers companies like Shopify or Cafe24 in Korea, which shows good growth potential. So as you are the industry expert, you have an advantage of information to invest. So as I look back, I encountered a lot of little hints in my daily life. About the decision making, instead of pursuing something that seems promising, find a position where you can flourish your ability and resources that you currently have. So I recommend you to find a position that seems promising, but at the same time, you can grow your ability and resources. Don't make decisions emotionally, don't think extremely. As I look back on my past, whenever I communicated with people, changed my job, invested money emotionally, I made a loss. So now I'm trying to view situations logically and rationally when making decisions. Even if you really hate your current boss or job, the solution might not be just quitting your job immediately. Transfer to other positions or waiting for other better options could be better. So waiting for the right timing can be also an ability. Yeah, these were the insights that I wanted to talk, and feel free to reach out to me through LinkedIn. Hope you have Happy New Year and have a successful career this year.
Hey, Yuri, thank you for your sharing.
Thank you.
Yuri, can you stop sharing your screen? Since
Sure.
I cannot. Thank you. And now is the Q&A time. If you have any questions, you can type or speak directly from your camera to ask Yuri.
Hi, Yuri.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm also from SMU. So
Oh, cool. Nice to meet you.
we are alumni. This question could be a little bit concrete. I'm not sure it is appropriate to ask, but I really want to apply for the summer internship in Shopee. I want to apply for the cross-border e-commerce and the China brand strategic partnership. Do you have some suggestions on that, or could you please briefly tell me about something about these jobs or something other things that could some skills that I need for this job? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think we can talk privately about this. You can send me the positions that you're trying to apply. You can send me messages to my LinkedIn, and I can share with you that what I want, what I know. Yeah, about the department, and I also have to understand your previous experiences before. So
Yeah. Thank you.
yeah. Any other questions?
Hello, Yeri.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, and I think I like that in Korea, like you, the young workers should be very respect to the elder workers. So, may and you said that you changed to Shanghai and Singapore for
Yes.
experience.
Yeah.
Now you come back to Korea.
Yep.
So well, that's like, so compared to your friends, maybe who never moved to other places but just spent whole time in Korea, will there be give you some like burden or make some some disadvantages for you when comparing to them, as you said that the years of working in the company matters?
Sorry, the connection was pretty bad. Can you repeat your question again? Sorry.
Okay, so okay, I mean that the things, and now you moved back to Korea, right? And maybe
Yeah.
your friends who did not move to this, now they have have a lot of experience in the company. Be like they become the elders. They compared to, at least in the Korean workers, like as the same elders, then so will that cause some disadvantages?
You mean if I have some disadvantage because
Yes.
I have some international
No. Of course,
experience?
international is an experience. I know.
Opposite way.
But I mean, like it's because like you're not as the elder, right? You're company. You're not as the old workers, as your friend who spent much more longer time in the company.
Yeah.
So we're like in their in the other Korean workers' mind, will they regarded you as a very old elder worker, or just as a freshman as others? You moved.
Oh,
I'm
so
quite
now
curious in this culture.
it depends on which company are you going to. I'm working in a global company, so they also acknowledge all the international careers that I had before abroad. So they don't see me as a freshman, of course, because I have experiences in industry. Yeah. But if I change my industry totally, for example, not in e-commerce, but in a total different position in different industry, maybe I could be treated as a freshman. So it all depends on which industry are you going to and with which position.
Okay, I get it. Thank you.
Hi, it's nice
Hello.
to meet you, and I want to know more about your job hunting process in Singapore. And
Hello.
do you mind sharing with us like how many companies have you applied, like whether it's difficult to apply the job in Singapore? As like a
I cannot hear anything, but someone said hi, right?
Maybe I can put down the question instead. Sorry.
Oh, my internet it's pretty bad. Sorry. Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Maybe I can type my question. Would it be better?
Sorry, the connection is bad. Can you write your question in the chat so that I can answer? Oh, my job hunting process. So it was pretty coincidence. So when I was in Singapore Management University, I went to school 3 days per week. I had 2 days left, and my friend actually introduced me one job posting about the part-time internship in Shopee Singapore position. It was posted in the Facebook Korean Society, Korean professionals in Singapore or something in the Facebook group, and my friend shared it to me, and so I applied it to the to the email in the post. And also my flatmate had a friend in Shopee, and she also referred me to there. So it's pretty different from Korea. Singapore, as I told you before, the referral is really important. So networking in Singapore is much more important than in other countries. So if you get the referral from your friends, then it could be much easier to get an interview chance. Yeah. And you can also apply through LinkedIn or other job searching websites such as Indeed.com or what else? The other many websites. But I also tried those process. But most critical thing was find a person who can give you the refer, and he can refer you. That was the most efficient way to get an interview with the potential boss. Even students in the university start to have a great pressure in searching jobs. Is true. Yes, this is true. And as you know, due to COVID-19, now job market in Korea is not very good. And even before, Korea's job market is not very flexible as Singapore. So many big corporations reduce the new positions for the graduates, university graduates. And working culture, of course, this is different by company, but I think it's much less flexible and more hierarchical still in Korea if I compare to other countries. But if you work in international company, the atmosphere is pretty different and people can be more open-minded. Yeah. Any more questions? Someone, could you advise any industry in Korea is looking for overseas talent? So I don't know like the big picture of the Korea, but I bet there are some companies looking for the overseas talents, especially this is just a small thing, but I love Jay Park, which is a great hip hop singer in Korea, and he founded AOMG, which is the hip hop label, and they are hiring Chinese English speaker who can do the overseas business development. But and I think many tech companies who, especially some startups who are have the plans to go to the overseas market, they will look for some overseas talent, even some blockchain companies. So I just made a friend who's like executive level in blockchain company in Korea, and he said his team in Korea already have a lot of overseas talents in his office. So I think you can look for to the job positions in Korea, but I can tell you that even for some students who cannot speak in Korea can have some difficulties to live in Korea and work in Korea, because as I compare to even Shanghai and Singapore, Korean people, it's very Korean culture. So you need to know a little bit of Korean to adjust to here's culture, to live here. Yeah. Can you talk more about cultural difference of 3 cities you have been? Yeah, can you compare the disadvantages and advantages when working in Korea, Singapore, China? Oh, okay. I can combine these two questions. Advantage in Korea first is if you start to work in Korea's big corporation, you can be quite stable until like 40 as Korean, because firing is not easy in Korean labor law. So if you don't have much desire to become like better position, or if you just satisfied in your current position in Korean company, it could be quite stable. But disadvantage, the cultural thing could be a little bit barrier, but now many startups are flourishing now, and even my ex Samsung colleague, she created a new startup in Korea, and now it's they're hiring like 70 people now. So it's getting better, and many flexible working culture is getting founded here now. Working in Singapore, advantage was you have a lot of opportunity. If you have some skill, or if you have some language skill like Korean, Chinese, or Japanese even, and you should speak English, of course. You can have many opportunities, and it's flexible. So if you actively look for nice opportunities, if you actively do the networking with other people, then you can have more opportunities than in Korea. But the disadvantage is it's very meritocracy society. So I got some pressure in Singapore because I was kind of like used to stable culture in Korea. But Singapore, if you have more desire, then you can achieve more. You can have more salary. So this kind of atmosphere give me sometimes motivation, but sometimes it could be a pressure, because all of my, especially Korean friends, most of them were working in tech company in Singapore. So they were very passionate people, and they try to change their job in 1 or 2 years. So they always get a chance to do the interview, and they always look for the information. So you need to always develop yourself, develop your skills. I also learned coding, programming. I also learned digital marketing, learned Mandarin speaking to develop myself, to prove myself in the market. Sometimes it could be good, but sometimes it could be pressure. Yeah. In China, so I cannot say I did some internships in Shanghai. That's all of my experience, and I couldn't speak Mandarin very well. So my experience could be pretty limited, but Chinese, as I experienced, Chinese culture is pretty less hierarchical than in Korea. But the decision making was kind of top down, I could feel. And I think advantage was you can have a lot of opportunities in Shanghai as well. If you can speak fluent Mandarin, and if you can speak English or Korean well, I think you can have very good opportunities. What's in your opinion is the most difficult obstacle to overcome when it comes to developing a career overseas, considering that you have been stayed in so many places? So I think if you relocate yourself to one other country, then first you need to build up your network, because you don't have a solid network. So you need to find the opportunities and people by yourself. And that could be the most hard part. But luckily, I could meet a very nice friends, very nice networks, and I also, if I go outside of Korea, I could feel my attitude could be more proactive because you need to survive there. So I proactively approached to the people who worked in the industry that I'm interested in Singapore through LinkedIn, and they happily give me the chance to have some coffee chat with them. Or also we created a study group to do the coding project, something like that. So I think it depends all on you, your attitude, to find a chance. As you have mentioned, you kept developing yourself over the course of your journey, which I assume many of these skills must have involved self-teaching. If so, can you share some tips on self-teaching? So as you know, especially due to COVID-19, everything you can find in online. Previously, you should find all the teachers offline, but now you can take the courses in the good university in like China or like US, in Korean, in English. So I mostly teach myself through online classes. I learned those basic programming skills and digital marketing things through online classes. And what I try to do was, if you learn something online, this could be a little theoretical. So when I work in e-commerce, you encounter many data, and I try to adjust the theories or the formulas that I learn from online classes to my work. So it could be more practical learning. Yeah. How to be efficient all the time, because I'm in Beijing. I find many people work till 11 p.m. in the evening and they still feel energetic. Yeah. Yeah, I heard in many tech companies in China, they work until late. I think because of the compensation, of course. Honestly. But so China and Singapore, the working culture is also different because Singapore, they like to work a lot, but they want to prove themselves and they need a promotion or they need a higher salary in other company. But most of them do not work until late, as I experienced. They finish their work until 6 p.m. But I heard that in China, still working a lot, even on weekend or until later time, like 11 p.m. is quite common, especially IT companies in China. So it depends on the environment, I think. Talking about e-commerce, do you think it is blooming because of COVID-19? What about its future? I have heard many people are interested in doing e-commerce, like setting up their own online business. What qualities in oneself do you suggest will be suitable for joining the e-commerce? Yeah, of course. If you see the stock price, you can see how blooming the e-commerce are in this COVID-19. It could be developing, of course, in the future. And now if you see Shopee or other e-commerce platforms, now it's becoming more like a gaming. So they put the live streaming function, gaming function in the e-commerce app so that they make some contents there. So people can spend more time in their app so that they can spend more money online. So it became much more easier to start your own business online. You guys can also be the seller, global seller. If you're in China, Singapore, Korea, wherever. What qualities? I think quality, so you can be very flexible and you can be quite data focused. All the things are, of course, it depends on which position you're going to, but now, not only in e-commerce, but many in tech company, I think the market wants a person who can do not only one thing, but also many things at the same time. When I was in Shopee, I changed my job last year, but when I was in Shopee, I did like many different, I was many different hats at the same time. So when I was in Samsung, I was in one position, deeply focused on one project. But when I was in Shopee, I was exposed to many different jobs like business development, account management, digital marketing projects, such like that. At the time, I was very confused, like, am I doing right? Like, but I think I learned many things. And in tech company, I think you are required to do many things at the same time. And I think myself is more fit to the project that have many different functions. Do you think there is still advantage to work abroad first and then go back to home country or not? It all depends on your own life journey, life plan. And I really wanted to go outside of Korea, experience abroad, and I'm still open to relocate to other country when the situation gets better. But definitely, I think there are some advantages to be abroad, work there, because you can be independent. You can be you can have some very how can I say, very unforgettable experiences abroad. Yeah. So, but what I also think it's a bit pity is that when I leave Korea 4 years ago, the real estate price in Korea was not very high, but now as I'm back in Korea, the real estate price soared a lot. So if I stayed in Korea earlier, then I could have some more information about this internal investment information in Korea. But as I was in the other country, I was more focused on the life there, investment there. So it's all about your choice. And I cannot say which is good or not. You can just react to the situation. Yeah. Do you think it's more important to build networking or focus on the academic grade? Oh, okay. But surprisingly, Singapore, I thought grade is not very important. Personally, I think it's not very important. It cannot be the gauge to judge a person, but still I was pretty surprised when I was in previous company. Many executive levels still think the grade is important, and they think grade can prove their attitude. So, but personally, the market is going to more focus on your expertise. If you have the solid skill and experience, then I think it's more important than the academic grade. But if you are going to the industry that academic grade is still important, then you should take care of it. And building networking, so I keep saying the building networking is very important, but you should have your own focus and your own expertise. If you don't have your ability, if you don't have your own thing, then even if you go a lot of networking parties, but people are not interested in you, or because people are talking to you because they think you can give something to them. So networking is not only just receiving, but also giving. So you need to have something to give them as well. It's sharing. So you need to have your own thing so that so the good balance with your expertise and networking is most important. Do you think degrees are important, like PhDs always have more opportunities? It's also depending on what you want to do. So for example, for me, when I study master, when I write the thesis, I realized I hate studying anymore. But and I prefer to do more practical business, I realized. But if you think you really enjoy studying, you really like to study deeply on some topic, and if you want to become a researcher or professor or the R&D, go to R&D center, PhD would be very helpful. So you need to think about your priority and think about your goal. And if PhD could be helpful, and if you have the gut, and if you have the enough time, and if you can commit like 5 years of PhD to get the goal, then do it. Yeah. Do you think remote working will be mainstream in the future, so we do not need to work abroad? Wow. Yes and no. Honestly, when I started working in Korea from October, and as COVID-19 is pretty bad here, so half of time I do work at home, even if our office is in Seoul. Remote working could be more mainstream in the future, of course, and but it depends on the position. If you are still, the location would be important, but now even for example, one of my friend, he's the CEO of one company in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is in near San Francisco, but now he relocated to the LA because he didn't like to pay the high rent in San Francisco, but liked the atmosphere in LA. So I think this kind of working environment could be quite normal now. What did you prepare for your study in SMU before you went to Singapore? And what's your suggestion for an overseas students to get well prepared? Oh, so Shanghai Jiao Tong University has some, I was in Master in International Business program, and they have the list of universities that you can go. And there were only one university in Singapore Management University, and there were only 2 slots for students. So I prepared well for the interview with the professors, but I didn't prepare much for studying itself in Singapore. I just look for the house there. My suggestion for overseas student to get well prepared, I think language is important, and be open-minded, and your attitude to reach out to the stranger is very important. Honestly, I met my flatmate in Singapore through LinkedIn. When I was in Shanghai, I started to talk Korean girl who worked in Singapore. We graduated same university in Korea, and we started talk about the career, and she talked about the house. She said she's looking for a house to rent, and we decided to move in together in a new house in Singapore. So speaking of e-commerce, would there be a chance for you to encounter some difficult, demanding, picky customers or trading partners? Or if so, do you mind sharing some of your experience and how you dealt with it? Of course, of course. Especially Korean sellers. I encountered mainly Korean sellers, and I mainly communicated with our local means the Southeast Asia's office people, internal companies people. And customers, our main customers could be the sellers and also buyers, but some sellers are pretty picky, and our system was not very stabilized from the first place. Now it's very structured, but as many startups, first stage could be pretty messy, and many Korean customers, they have high standard, so they complained a lot about those systematic errors and challenges they encounter when they try to sell something. But you need to have some, try to convince them and try to convince that we are trying to make the system, we're trying to solve the problem as soon as possible, and you have to show them the result that what we prepared for you after those errors. And you need to also try to negotiate. Instead of like saying sorry all the time, you need to say sorry, but and also we are not only the service people, but also we are the person who we are the company who can provide some nice marketing opportunities or selling opportunities. So I try to negotiate some things, like if you give us some nice price, then we can give you the nicer marketing opportunities, such like that. Do you think about the balance between the rich working experience and high GPA? Wow, there are a lot of questions about the GPA. Yeah, but honestly, I think GPA is getting importance of GPA. High GPA is not as high as before. If you want to work in a business area, I think instead of like studying the theories of your subjects, having the experience to setting up your own online store, or setting up your own I don't know, like small business opportunity, setting up or be part of it is most important. Because if you sense some of those business principle, then you can reduce your mistakes when you graduate your university and get a year working experience. So personally, I think if you want to work in business area, I think having the practical experience is very, very important. Do you think you are good at relationship in the workplace or not? How to make a good relationship in the workplace? Oh, it's a very deep question, but I think I was, but I try not to be very close with my colleagues. Instead of very close, I think workplace is just workplace. People evaluate with your results, and so you should always be not emotional but rational. Of course, you can be friendly. You can have a nice colleague relationship, nice relationship with boss, but result is always important thing. Performance is the most important thing in the workplace. So you always have to remember that. But also having a nice guanxi is always good. So having a good balance, not you shouldn't try to go over the line is very important. In Korea, the relationship should be as important as China because two countries share same culture originally from Confucianism. Yes, I guess so. Just wanted to learn some experience. Do you think personality is important in the working place? Like outgoing person is more important. So I thought in Singapore, in first 1 or 2 years, I thought I should be more outgoing in Singapore because networking is important. Like being noticed by boss, promoting yourself is more important than in Singapore than in Korea. But as time goes by, I thought instead of being outgoing person, having your own expertise and you don't have to promote like speaking out everywhere. You can just promote it smartly in a right way. You can organize your careers well in your LinkedIn. LinkedIn is very important. So organize your careers well with the right keyword in your profile, your each company experiences, your academic experiences well is very important. And you don't have to be outgoing to do that. And also doing this kind of interview, you don't have to be outgoing. I'm also quite an introvert person. And now I feel if you have your solid experience, expertise, and professionalism, and if you promote it smartly, then people will reach out to you. So you don't have to get the pressure to be outgoing. Yep.
Do you have any more questions? You can catch the opportunities to just talk directly.
Any other questions? Thank you too. It's nice to talk with you guys, and you can always feel free to talk to me through LinkedIn. I wish I can visit Singapore and China soon after all the COVID-19 is done. How do you do work-life balance? So when I was in Singapore, I was more focused on work. I try to do the self-development a lot. When I have on weekends, I do a lot of projects with my friend, business projects, coding projects, such like that, to prove myself in the market. But after after this COVID moments, I realized that having a good balance is very important, and having some, you should also enjoy your not working times, you know. So I try not to work. I try not to do much self-development currently. This is my status now, but because I did a lot of self-development, previously I could have some opportunities in Korea as well. So your hard work could have some good results someday, but you can also have got to take a rest as well.
Any more questions?
Sorry.
I was asking, like, is there any more questions?
I cannot hear any sound. Sorry.
Okay. Any more questions? So maybe if not, then we will thank Erin for sharing And thank you for everyone's participation.
Thank you, guys. Have a nice new year. Thank you so much. Happy New Year. Bye.
Now I'm going to send you about your numbers and your name. You can find your corresponding number in the chat box, and please change your Zoom name into the number with your name. And we will start at 3 o'clock with our board game. So you can have a rest now. Okay, so now it's 3 o'clock, and let me talk about how it will run first. So this game is called Party Game. I'm not sure whether you have heard it before. Basically, we will have 5 teams in total, just like what we've done yesterday. We have 5 breakout rooms, but now we will only play it in this one room. And we will have several questions for different points, and each group will have time to answer one question, and the order will go as the team number. So if the team doesn't answer the question correctly in 30 seconds, then we will have the free chances for every other group. You can just raise your hand to answer the question, and you will get a point correspondingly. And at last, the winner team can get 3 months Himalaya VIP for each member. So that's basically what the game will run like. And now, I see some of you haven't changed your name, so maybe I will change the name for now. So Oh, some of you said you didn't have a number. Okay, let me check. Okay. Okay, everyone, please check whether you have a number. If not, you can open your camera or just type in the chat box. Okay, so everyone has a number now. And let's jump to the game page. So here's our game board, and we see today we have 21 students, and we will have 1 to 5, you are group 1, and 6 to 10, you are group 2, 11 to 15, you are group 3, 16 to 20, you are group 4, and 21, wait, 16 to 20. So we will have, so we will have 4 teams since we only have 20 people. And the 21 will belong to the 5th group also. So let's start with the first group. The first group include Wang Xinyu, Long Kehan, and wait, do you only have 2 people? From 1 to 5, 1 Yin Chuhan, 2 Song Yuanyuan, 3 Wang Xinyu, 4 Long Kehan, and 5, oh, there's no 5. Okay, maybe you 4 can choose a number or choose a mark under the catalog. You can simply open the microphone to talk about it. Any of you is fine, just from number 1 to 5. What about the 21st? Okay, that's totally fine. 21st. Mac, the 21st people, you can join group 1. You can choose what question you are going to answer together now. Yeah, you can simply open your microphone and your camera to choose the question you want to answer. Any 5 of you.
Hello, guys.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're number 4 and you're from
Yes.
group 1. Yeah, so you can choose which one you wanna answer.
What about you think? My group mates?
Maybe you can. Maybe this time you can choose the points you wanna ask, and next time the other group mates they can choose the points you wanna ask. Like every time there's one group mate. Yeah.
So each of us choose our own topic. Am I right?
Yeah. You can choose the same topic or different. That's just depending on you. Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Any points under each catalog is. Yeah. Here. Yeah. May I ask when is our next lecture? That's at 4 o'clock is our next lecture. And during this period, we will have this game for Song Yuan Yuan. Yeah. Yeah. So, Long Kehan, you can choose your question now.
Maybe I'll choose the landmark part.
Landmark for how much points?
301.
300?
Yes.
For this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. What is it called? The place. You have 30 seconds to answer the question, and I will make the 30 seconds. Okay, start now. What is this place called? You can simply answer it by your microphone. And your group mates, anyone belongs to group 1, you can answer this question, and the points count for everyone in the group. Time's up. Do you have any idea about the answer?
I think I have one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to say
You can.
English. I think is it shy in Chinese? Is there?
Yeah, it will be fine.
Is Jinsha in Chinese? Is this
Yeah, you're right. It's called Marina Bay Sands in English, but in Chinese you're correct. So now group 1 has 300 points. And now let's go to group 2. So the first 300 is taken. And let's go to group 2. Group 2, we have people from 6 to 10. So, Wu Sangyu, Li Mingyang, and Angel Loi Yan Yan, and Chen Yuxuan. You 4 people, you're group 2, and now you can choose which points you want to answer. Any category and any points. You can have one person to choose this time and the other person to choose next time. And you, all of your group members can work together to answer the question. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's just a game. It doesn't cost any money. So yeah, just feel free to choose any question you want to ask. You want to answer, sorry. Maybe number 9, Angel Loy Yan Yan. I see your camera is opening. Maybe this time you can choose which question you want to answer for your group.
Yeah, sure. Maybe we can also choose landmark 1, the 500 one.
501.
Thank you.
Okay. So where is this landmark? This is your question. And your group also has 30 seconds to work it out. And the timer start now. Maybe you cannot see my screen. All of your group members can work together to answer the question. Anyone from 6 to 10, your group 2. Okay, time's up.
Can I ask in Chinese?
Yeah.
It's 天津之眼.
Yeah, you're correct. It's from Tianjin. So, sorry, I cannot see who is speaking. Are you from?
I'm number 10.
Oh, number 10. Okay. So great. Congratulations. You earned 500 points for your group. So now group 2 has 500 points. Okay. Thank you. And now we have group 3. Group 3 is from 11 to 15. So Si Ting Yu, Kelly, Wang Renze, and Harry Chen Shi Hui, Casey Li Zhiqian, and no 15. So 4 of you, you can choose which one you want to answer. You can have one person to choose this time and next person to choose next time. Anyone is fine. Oh, and the 501 is taken. 501 is taken. So you can choose any other points.
Maybe we can choose food.
Food. Okay. So which one do you want to choose?
Which one do you guys want to choose?
Sorry, did I miss? Yeah, can you repeat your
400.
400, right? 400. Okay. What is the main ingredient, sorry, in this dish? in a traditional way. Like now it doesn't have this ingredient inside, but traditionally it has a certain ingredient in this food, in this dish. So you also have 30 seconds to answer, and now I will start the timer. Anyone from 11 to 15, you can work together, speak or type in the chat box to earn the 400 points. I know it's hard, but yeah, you can work together. Fighting.
Maybe I can have a guess and you guys can add some other ingredients. I think it's eggs, mushrooms, caviar, yeah.
Here,
eggs, mushrooms, and caviar.
Eggs.
I will type in.
Okay, actually there's only one ingredient, and it
is it shark fin soup?
Sorry?
Is it shark fin soup? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're correct. You catch it. The shark fin. The shark fin. It's the original ingredient. Yeah. Thank you for trying, Casey. You did a really great job. So you are 13, right? So you belong to group 3. And congratulations, you have 400 points now. So now the food 400 is taken. And now let's go to group 4, which is from 16 to 20. 16, Tin Hiu Kui. 7, Li Mingyang. 18, Qiu Qishuo. 19, Winnie Chuan Yang. Sorry, I didn't know whether I pronounced it right. And 20, Ip Jia Tung. So 5 of you can choose the points you want to answer, and maybe one person this time and next person next time to choose one. Any points is fine. You will not lose any money or anything. So just feel free to choose the question. Yeah.
But if we get it incorrect, we have like point penalty.
No. If you didn't answer it correctly, then other group may take the chance to answer the question. You will not receive any penalties. Yeah, it's fine. You choose one. Feel free.
Well, what do you guys want to choose?
Like, should we go further? Because like,
You do not need to follow any order.
Yeah.
Just feel free to. Yeah.
What is economics all about?
Economics. Okay.
Yeah.
But I should tell you it's pretty risky. So maybe there are some risks in this topic.
Quite academic, huh?
Yeah, it's more like about the facts and the numbers, but it's interesting. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Under economics category, which one do you want to choose?
How about we try 300?
300? Okay. 300. Which place has the highest house price? Singapore, Hong Kong, or Shanghai?
Hong Kong.
So you
confirm Hong Kong.
You're correct. Hong Kong has the highest house price. Okay.
Good.
So,
you know, everyone is talking like if you live in Singapore, there is a little chance that you cannot afford a house. But if you choose to work in Hong Kong, then it's almost impossible for freshies or even a 10-year experience worker to buy a house in Hong Kong. That's incredible.
That's okay. So congratulations, you earned 300 points. And since we need to end the game before 4 o'clock, so maybe we need to speed up so every group can get as much points as you can. And now we return back to the group 1, like numbers from 1 to 5. You can choose the points you want to ask. You want to answer. Sorry, I always make that up. Anyone from number 1 to 5. Just feel free to speak or type in the chat box about the question you want to answer. Let me see. In Chuhan, Song Yuanyuan, Wang Xinyu, Long Kehan, and Han Mac. You 5 can feel free to choose anyone you want to choose. I remember the last time it's Long Kehan. Is anyone from group 1 here?
So which one would you like to choose?
Yeah, you can simply choose one if there's no one. No one.
So
if you are not available for talking, you can type in the chat box. I will check the chat box about your category and your chosen points. Festival 400, okay. So congratulations, you get bonus 200 points because there's the extra points in the question. So group 1, you have 200 points extra. And next, we return back to group 2, number 6 to number 10. Anyone from number 6 to number 10? If not, maybe we will jump to group 3 then. Food. Yeah, food 500. Okay, food 500. What is the name of the dish? So you also have 30 seconds. I will start the timer now. You can either speak using your microphone or just type in the chat box. Both okay. Can I say it? Yeah, of course. You can say it in Chinese. Yeah, you're correct. That's egg waffle in English. Yeah, you're correct. So 500 is taken from food, and group 2 has 500 points. And now let's go to group 3, 11 to 15. You can choose your points now. And we need to speed up since now we have only 2 rounds. So just say what you want to choose. Anyone is fine from group 3.
$500 of economics.
Okay, $500 of economics. Congratulations, you can steal 200 points from the last group, which is group 2. And sorry, group 2, you need to give 200 points to group 3. And now you have 200 and group 2 minus 200. Okay. And now let's return back. So economics 500 is taken. And now let's go to the last group, group 4, from 16 to 100 to 20. Anyone from group 4? Yeah, Winnie, I see you again. You can choose anyone, any points from the board.
How about festival 500?
500?
Festival.
What is the yeah, that Shanghai, Hong Kong, and Singapore have in common?
Um,
Yeah, you can answer it.
Chinese New Year.
Yeah, you're correct. It's Spring Festival. So the group 4 had 500. Cool. And now let's return back. Oh, sorry. Let's return back to group 1. 500 is taken. Let's see. Group 1, which one you want to choose? Landmark, food, festival, entertainment, or economics? Entertainment is not chosen by any group. It's pretty easy actually, so you can try it for group 1. Anyone from group 1, number 1 to 5? Okay, I see the chat box. Entertainment 500. Okay, entertainment 500. Where does the actor come from? You have 30 seconds to. It's pretty easy, I think. Where does the actor come from? Hong Kong, China. Yeah, you're correct. So group 1, you have 500 points more. Thank you, group 1. Now let's go to group 2 again. 6 to 10. You can choose your points on the board. Either typing or speaking is fine. Group 2, 6 to 10.
Maybe entertainment.
Entertainment. Yeah, how much points?
400.
Okay, 400. Who is the singer of this song? So I'm going to play a song. And you can guess the singer.
在身边，窗外有个蓝蓝的天，落叶那一瞬间，记得多穿一件。一天过了一天，我的日记却平静。
So let's stop there. Do you have the answer or the singer of the song? I think it's really popular.
Maybe BY2. It is the group.
Yeah. That's correct. So you have 400 points now for group 2. Group 6, yeah, group 2. 400. Okay, yeah, that's correct. Group 2 have 400, and now entertainment 400 is taken. Now let's go to group 3 from 11 to 15. Which one you want to choose? Yeah. Anyone from number 11 to 15 is free to choose.
Festival. I will choose festival.
Yeah.
300.
300. When will we go to this place? Is the name of a festival?
Qingming Festival.
Yeah, you're correct. There's
Okay.
I'm speaking. Yeah, I get your point. So festival 300 you get for group 3. Now let's return to festival 300. Let's return to group 4 from 16 to 20. Feel free to choose any points on the board. Anyone from group 4 from 16 to 20? Anyone? If not, maybe
how about entertainment 300?
Okay, 300.
Yep.
Oops. Give half of your points to the poorest group. So let me calculate the points first. 300, 200. Oh.
What? Oh my god, which means that we should use half of the point and give it to the poorest group?
Yeah, that's the setting for this game.
So we got this 300 or we got nothing?
Let me calculate. So your group now you have 400 points. Oh, sorry, you have 800 points in total. But since you need to give half of your mark to the poorest group, so you now only have 400 marks. I'm sorry, but now let me see who is the poorest group. So 500, 1,000, 8, 2, 12, 4 to 6, 6. So the poorest group, well, it actually is your group since now group 1 has 1,000 points and group 2 has 1,200 points. Group 3 has 900 points and you have 800 points. So yeah, another kind of congratulations. You won't lose any marks from this round. So let's go back to group 1 and I will remove, which question is it from? Is it entertainment 300 just now? Let me see. Yeah, it's entertainment 300. So this one is taken. Now then we should get, oh, someone in group 4 said, then you should get 400. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. Since you are the poorest group, so you're given 400. Okay, I will add 400 now for you, and then you got 1,200. Since you are the poorest group, so you're given half of your own mark. Okay, that's reasonable. Yay, okay. Okay, so let's go back to group 1. Number 1 to 5. Which one do you want to choose? Anyone from group 1 is fine. Economics 400. Okay, let me see. 400. Which place has the highest population density? Singapore, Hong Kong, or Shanghai? And I need to point out that it mentions the population density, but not the population. So pay attention to the words population density. I will start a timer. Singapore. Okay, you're correct. That's Singapore. Since Singapore has really high population density. So now group 1 has 400 more points. And you got 1,400 points. So it's return, and the economics 400 is taken. Now we left several coins on the board, and now let's turn to group 2 again from 6 to 10. Landmarks 400. Okay. 400. Where is this landmark of the photo? You can have 30 seconds. Where is this landmark? Oh, maybe you can see the tower here. It's a symbol of the tower. Guangzhou. Yes, it's Guangzhou. It's called Canton Tower. It's from Guangzhou. Yeah. So group 2, you now have 400 points more. Congratulations. And landmark 400 is taken. So now let's go to group 3 again. Which one you want to choose from the following points? Just feel free to type or speak. It's fine. We will. Yeah. Anyone from group 3? 11 to 15. Number 11 to 15.
Maybe food 300. Food.
Food 300. Okay. What is the flavor of this dish? You also have 30 seconds. What is the flavor of this dish? It's a dish from Singapore, and the flavor here means the classical one. the classical flavor of the dish. You have 5 seconds left. Okay, time's up. So no one from group 3 has any idea. Spicy? Well, it can be spicy, but that's not the classical.
Laksa, is it?
Sorry?
Laksa.
Okay, I see. Not really. Like the flavor, I may give you a hint. This flavor is really common in India. The flavor of the, sorry, 秋岐说 curry is curry. The flavor of the dish is curry fish head. Yeah, you are correct. So group 3, you get 300.
I am not from group 3.
Oh, you're not from group. Okay, I'll add it for group 4.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So sorry, group 3, since you didn't answer it from the time limit of 30 seconds. So your point goes to group 4. Now we have several left, and now we should go to group 4 as the normal round. You now can choose your own question. Anyone from the board is fine. From number 16 to 20. Anyone from group 4 has any idea? No? Anyone? Yeah, let's try 100 for any category. That's pretty easy, I should say. So just feel free, anyone from group 4, to choose. Maybe 秋期说 you can choose one from the 5 categories.
Hi guys, which one you all want? Okay, let's go for food again.
Okay. Food 100?
Yeah.
What is the classical flavor of this dish? I think that's pretty obvious. You can see yeah. Yeah, that's spicy because red, and red. So congratulations, you got 100 for food. And now let's go to group 1 again. Which one you want to choose? Now we left 100 points and 200 points. They're pretty easy, so just feel free to choose anyone you want to choose. Anyone from group 1? Number 1 to number 5. Entertainment 200. Okay. What is the movie called? The movie of the picture. You can say Chinese if you don't know the English name. I will start the timer now. 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, someone gives the tip. Anyone from group 1? Yeah, 卧虎藏龙. That's called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Actually, that's pretty direct translation. So group 1, congratulations. You have 200 points. And now the entertainment 200 is taken. Let's see, group 2, from 6 to 10. Choose which of the following. Actually, the lab ones are pretty easy, as I mentioned before, so don't be nervous. Just choose anyone you want to choose. Any interested topic? It's pretty easy.
Maybe festival, 201.
Okay, festival 200. What festival is a symbol of the end of Ramadan? Ramadan is like in that month you cannot eat any meat related dish. You can only eat like vegetables but not meat. So what festival is the symbol of the end of Ramadan? It has 2 names, so any name of guy is fine. Try it. Yeah, you're correct. That's called Laser Barum or Eid Affair in English, but you were correct in Chinese. So great job, and that's Festival 200, I think. Yeah. So group 2, you have 200. And now let's go to group 3 again. Which one you want to choose from the following points? Group 3, I think is from 11 to 15.
Entertainment, 200 points.
200?
Yep.
Okay. Well, it's chosen. Sorry, I didn't delete that part. Sorry. 200 is chosen. You can choose other. Okay.
Okay, then 100 points of entertainment.
Okay. Where is she from? I think that's pretty easy. It's a singer, and I think most of you have heard her name. Where is she from?
I think she.
I guess she's from Singapore.
Yeah, that's correct. She's from Singapore. Okay, so you have 100 points for group 3. And now okay, so entertainment is gone. And let's go to group 4 again. Number 16 to 20. Anyone from group 4? Anyone from group 4? 16 to 20.
Food 200.
Do 200. Okay. Where does the dish come from? That's pretty easy. Again. The dish.
Aha! This is from Guangdong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it? I think it's Peking duck, right?
I think it's roast
Yeah.
duck.
Yeah.
Really?
You get it.
Oh yeah.
It's Beijing.
From Beijing.
Oh yeah, I missed that. I missed that the skin, like the wrappings back then. I
That's the
thought.
jam.
Yeah, Beijing.
Fine. It's fine. So you get 200. So since the time exceeds the limit, I'm going to calculate your marks now and I will announce the results. Okay, so group 1, you have 1,600 marks. Group 2, you have 1,800 marks. Group 3, you have 1,000 marks. And group 4, you have 1,200 marks. If I didn't count wrong. Yeah, so group 2, you have the highest mark, and congratulations. We will contact your 5 after the event, and you will have the prize of VIP Himalaya for 3 months. So thank you everyone for participating in this game. I hope it's interesting. And now let's have a rest for about 5 minutes and we will welcome the next speaker to have a talk. Okay, now is 4 o'clock. Next, let's welcome Program Director Daphne Ong from BestTop. Daphne has a clear passion for coaching, training, and personal development. She's an associate certified coach by International Coach Federation, along with numerous accreditations. To date, she's known for her ability to empower rising professionals to be future ready and achieve fulfillment and impact their career. She has helped more than 200 individuals flourish and live out their best selves. At BestTop, she oversees the career coaching team as a program director. In her role, she is a change catalyst who collaboratively drafts action plans to move people towards their most important professional goals, holding them accountable and supporting them to flourish and live out. Her key strength as a coach lies in helping individuals to connect their true internal feelings and inclinations, and in turn achieve a personal sense of fulfillment in the work that they do. Prior to her current work, Daphne was in the banking industry for 5 years with valuable experiences across different business functions. She graduated from Nanyang Technological University and earned a scholarship with SPH. Let's see what Stephanie thinks about emotional resilience when job hunting. Don't pause. Tiffany, yeah, you
Hi.
can start.
Hello. Okay. Thank you, Aining. Hi, everyone. I'm Daphne. I will do a share screen. Okay. So let me give a brief introduction of BestTop. So BestTop was founded in Singapore in 2014, and we specialized in career coaching services with 400 over mentors from Fortune 500 companies. Right. So for my personal vision, I empower rising professionals to be future ready and achieve fulfillment and impact in their career. So for today, I'll be sharing on two separate things. One would be the Holland codes, and the second part will be on how to future-proof your career. Okay, so we'll end off with a Q&A later on. If let's say you do have any questions, we'll leave it for the last part. So for the first part on Holland theory, this theory was introduced by John Holland. He was the creator of Career Development Order RISEC, which is otherwise known as the Holland Codes. So he introduced three basic concepts. The first one is that career interests are an expression of the individual personality. The second is that people can be described as a combination of three or more of the 6 types of the RISEC, which is realistic, investigative, artistic, social, enterprising, and conventional. The third concept that he introduced is that if a person can find a compatible environment, such as like the workplaces or like the schools, then he or she is likely to be satisfied and productive. So these are the 6 types of RISEC. The first one is on realistic. So for realistic people, they tend to have athletic interests and they prefer to work with objects, machines, tools, plants, or animals, and they like to be outdoors. If you are a realistic person, you will find that you are very independent, practical, systematic, self-controlled, and straightforward. You like to work outdoors, be physically active, or work on electronic equipment, train animals, or build things. So you tend to be active in sports, you like to fix things, operate tools and machinery, and plan or like camp outdoors. Occupations include like aircraft controller, surveyor, or electrician. The second type is investigative people. So they like to observe, learn, investigate, analyze, and solve problems. If you belong to this group, you tend to be logical, curious, thoughtful, observant, or intellectual. And you like to work independently, you like to explore ideas, you like to analyze data, or you like to explain scientific theories and perform experiments. So this group of people also tend to think abstractly, they like to interpret, and they like to solve complex problems. Occupations include psychologists, professors, scientists, pharmacists, nutritionists. The third type, which is artistic, so this group of people like to work in unstructured situations, and they like to use their imagination and creativity. If you belong to this group, you tend to be creative, imaginative, unconventional. You don't like to stick to traditions. You are expressive, innovative, and impulsive. You would prefer activities that involve crafts, taking photos, attending concerts, art exhibitions, plays, or fiction. So occupations would include like composer, interior designer, editor, or like photojournalist. The fourth type in blue, this group of people, they like to work with people to inspire, inform, help, train, or cure. So they are very patient, insightful, responsible, cooperative, outgoing, very skilled with words, and they like to work in groups, volunteer, solve personal problems, and serve the community. So they enjoy teaching others, leading a discussion, communicating well, and supervising activities. Occupations would include teacher, counselor, social worker, religious worker, nurse, doctors, clinical psychologists, and so on and so forth. The fifth type in yellow, enterprising. So this group of people like to work with people to influence and persuade and lead others. They achieve organizational and financial goals together with the company. So if you belong to this group, you tend to be assertive, energetic, persuasive, ambitious, and optimistic. You like to take on leadership roles. You like to influence people, run campaigns, and make decisions. So this group of people tend to initiate projects, right? They like to give speeches, and they like to inspire the others and develop organizational goals together. Occupations are more towards like the risk-taking part, like sales, real estate, management roles. The last one on conventional. So this group of people, they like to work with information, and they carry out detailed tasks and have clerical or numerical interests. They like to work with numbers. They are highly efficient, well organized, persistent, and conscientious. They tend to follow plans and organize information or materials or collect data. So they are able to meet tight deadlines, keep accurate records, file and organize documents, and work with systems. Occupations include financial analyst, accountant, or programmer. Okay, so I'm sure like most of you, you're curious about like which one you belong to, or you roughly have an idea like which one you fall in, which category you fall into. So I will share with you my experience where I did a career coaching session in 2018, and this was my result. So it turns out that I was very high on social. I had a lot of social factors. All my interests are in the social area, the purple cards, followed by artistic. So a bit in artistic and a bit in enterprising. So it's SAE. And then this year in 2021, just this morning, right? I did a test on Career One Stop. So Career One Stop is actually a website that is sponsored by the US Department of Labor. And the result turned out that it's still pretty consistent. It's still SAE, just that in terms of sequencing, enterprising comes first, comes before artistic. Okay, so I think this is actually quite in line with what I'm currently doing. Previously, I was working in a bank, and right now I'm working in a startup, which is more on like the entrepreneurship part. So the enterprising part changes. So all these codes, right, it actually changes with your past experiences, your current new changes to your education or occupations. So if you are curious about your own codes, right now I would like to invite you to enter this link, right? Maybe I could send the link in the Zoom chat, and then you access the link. After you complete 30 questions, you would see this chart here on the left. So take note of this chart, and then I will break you out in breakout room for 10 minutes, do an introduction of yourself, and discuss on your codes. If you spot any patterns or if you have any questions, feel free to raise them after that. Okay, I'll be sharing the link here. You can access it on Zoom chat. So at the same time, we'll break you out into your breakout room. Stay in the room for 10 minutes and do a discussion on your codes. Okay, I see that 3 of our participants are not able to enter the website, 4 of you. So perhaps you could just do a Google search on Career One Stop, go to Toolkit Careers and an interest assessment. Okay, so once you access the website careeronestop.org, you can move your cursor to Toolkit, Careers, Interest Assessment. Click on this. And then there will be 30 quick questions. It'll take about 5 minutes to complete it. Okay, so is everyone okay? All right, someone still couldn't reach the website. Okay, so Winnie, maybe you could try to, Winnie and Kelly, maybe you could try to click on, you try to type on Google, www. the URL careeronestop.org. Have you tried that? Okay, so how did it go for Kelly? Would you like to turn on your mic so that we could speak?
It said that Safari
Hi.
cannot open the page because the server cannot be found.
So is this the website, www.onestop?
Yeah, I try to use my data, and then it's that at
You
first I
might
thought
need
it was
to,
the Wi-Fi,
right.
but then
Yeah, you might need to try to access it on Google Chrome.
yeah, I'm using Google Chrome.
Oh, I think is it because, I think could be because this is a US website. Might need your VPN. Okay, no worries if you can't. So maybe I could just get an idea of like who have managed to actually access the website. If you had, maybe you could just put a 1 in the group chat. Okay, no worries. In that case, right, I would send you another link after that. So right now, based on what I've shared with you on the PPT, right, based on this, could you do a quick discussion in a breakout room to see which are your top 3 letters? So if let's say I am social, artistic, and enterprising, my letters, the first one will be social, S will count first, followed by enterprising, so SE, and then the third is artistic, so SEA. So based on this, and based on what I've shared with you earlier on, do a quick assessment on yourself, and then a quick discussion on what kind of patterns do you see in yourself, and what are the likely career. Maybe you can identify the top 2 choices for yourself in the Zoom chat. So I'll break you out in your breakout room for 5 minutes. Okay, welcome back. So anyone would like to stand up and share with me your discussion? What are your quotes? All right, you're still a bit confused. Not sure like which are your quotes. Okay, so never mind. If you realize, right, that your quotes, the 3 letters, any questions, you feel free to unmute your mic and share with me. If not, I would assume that you have already identified your 3-letter quotes. So say, for example,
Hi. So what if
hi.
I got like 2 equal highest score for 2 areas?
Okay, so it would actually be a preference. Like in terms of your preference, right? If you look at your past working experiences, your internship or your school work, which are your preferences? Like, what are the 2 letters that are similar?
So like for me, I'm a weird person, so I got like investigative and artistic at the same time. Like these 2 are the highest for me.
Okay. Would you like to share a bit more on why do you identify these 2 as your top 2?
Because like so I did the same test like on paper 3 years ago when I was in high school choosing the high school electives, and then I think it's really true that I am like investigative and artistic. These 2 are the highest. Like these 2 are the domains, like the 2 domains of mine, because like
okay.
First, I enjoy music since a very young age, and I learned instruments since I was since I was a kid. I like playing piano. Recently, I've even started like trying to write some music by myself, and at the same time, I also like knowing something new, like watching some YouTube channels about. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of it, like 老高 and 小莫, yeah. And then so this channel is all about theories about this world, for example, like creation theories or like all sorts of stuff that the school won't teach you. So I'm a curious person who likes messing around with all sorts of things. So
right.
And I like arguing with myself, and I like daydreaming and thinking stuff on my own. So I think I think the test is pretty accurate. I mean, these 2 domains are like equal, and they're like fighting against each other in me. Yeah.
Okay. I think that's fine, right? So you have identified like 2 of the similar level. One is investigative and the other one is artistic, right? And your question to me earlier was like, what if 2 are similar? So which one do you place it first? So actually a lot of times we tend to have like close scores together. Like let's say for example, mine as it's 17 and social is 17 and enterprising is 16. So I think it depends on the setting that you are in. So some settings you might be more inclined to performing more artistic related roles. But in another setting, like where you would actually have to deal with numbers or like deal with like data, then that would actually bring up that investigating side of your personality. So currently, right, you could just place any of them first, right? So what I want you to do is not in terms of like which one comes first, but more of like how consistent are your quotes. So what I'm trying to share here is that if you realize that your colon code, for example, the first 2 letters are like artistic and investigative, you realize that they are actually side by side. Okay, so that would mean that you are pretty consistent. In terms of your codes, they are just next door to each other. So you have internal stability. It's very stable inside, and it's more likely that you will be able to find jobs that are aligned. So usually the jobs they will cover like side-by-side codes, realistic, investigative, artistic, or like investigative, artistic, social. if you realize that your codes, right, they are opposite of each other. So let's say, for example, realistic and artistic, they're just 1 point away from each other, then you are considered moderately consistent. So not so consistent, but still okay, just 1 point away from each other. If you realize that your codes are just directly opposite of each other, it's considered inconsistent. So you, at one side you prefer artistic, at the other side you prefer something conventional. So that would mean that artistic people are usually, they are someone that prefers to be free-spirited. They like to create, they like to express, they don't like structures. Whereas on the other hand, conventional people, they tend to prefer structures. They like to work with proven methods, like proven structures. You tell me what are the steps, step 1 to step 5, and I follow your steps. So this is a bit like conflicting, but it's also fine, right? It's just your preference for the different areas of your personalities that you like to bring up. And all these codes, how do they all come about? They come from an influence of your past, like heredity, means like inherited from your genes, or it could be from the environment, the external environment. So parents and other adults, like the teachers, they tend to help children to develop and strengthen certain codes through the following chain of events. For example, children are exposed to activities in the compound of their home, the community, or the school. Such exposure might be broad or limited. If you have money, right, you are rich, you have a lot of financial resources, you're able to send your children to a lot of different classes like speech and drama, or like music class, or like art classes. Then the children tend to be exposed to different areas of activities, and they are able to have more options to choose from since young. These activities, when they are positively reinforced by the parents or by the teachers, for example, if you realize that you are very good at art, let's say for example art, it's because in the past when you were doing art, you scored A, or like your parents praised you for that, or like your teachers or your peers, they recognize your work. So because of all this positive reinforcement, it's likely to steer towards your interest area. So you feel good when you do it. And that would, as you feel good that you do it, you do more of such activities, and you further reinforce it as your interest. So these preferences, right, they tend to become more stable when you grow up with age. So there can be modification. There'll be some changes to your code over the years. Could likely be this case. But in my case, I did not change much over the past 3 years. But in some cases, that might be changes because of the changes in one's experience. For example, you took up a new education, right? You took up a new master's degree, or like a new bachelor's degree, or like you took up a new role, okay? Then that might be a bit of tweak in your external environment, the experiences that you go through, and that would likely change along the way. I'll share with you a personal experience. So in the past, when I first started working, I did not think that I would actually go into a role that is interactive, like social. I didn't know that I have this part of me when I first started working, which was like years ago, right? It's not like just recently. So over the years, as I joined the bank, I got exposure to different rotations in the program. And one of the rotations was actually in a sales role. So I never thought that like I would do a sales role. But when I did a sales role, I got a lot of positive reinforcement because I did well along the way, and I got recognition, I got good performance and things like that. So that gave me a further reinforcement in this area where I think I could do a bit of sales. I could do well in this area. And I began to notice that through the few rotations that I went through, I would prefer something that is more interactive rather than desk bound. So what would be important for you at this juncture of your life stage would be for you to explore as much as possible, right? You collect data points along the way, try many things, okay? And then you would know what you like and what you don't like. Any questions so far?
Oh yeah, hi.
Hi.
I just yeah. So back to the hexagon thing, and then I want to ask, like, because from my results I see that it says that I'm both artistic and conventional, and how should I perceive the data? Like, how should I understand such so-called inconsistent code?
Right. So your question is how to move forward, is it? How do you move forward knowing that you are
code, and what should I do? Yeah.
What you should do next, right? So being equal on both sides, just as what Winnie has asked earlier, right? Being equal on both sides. So now you have artistic and conventional, but actually both are pretty opposite of each other, right? Which was actually the example that I quoted earlier. So saying this, it just means that you are actually able to do both, you know, the one on the right, you have like your right brain being more like more conventional, and then the left brain being more expressive. So you are able to balance well in both ends. So right now, actually, it's your choice to take a step at a time. If you choose to explore the art first, then it will be a time where you assess whether you are actually good at it. So you may be interested in it, but in terms of skill sets, are you up there yet? If you have tried it and you think that, oh, actually it's not so much for you, then you can move on to conventional to see whether it's something that you are better at.
I see.
Yeah. Does that answer your question, or do you have any further questions regarding this?
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So I think when people are trapped in a decision, right, they are trapped between choices. What you can do to move yourself out of the trap is to try one thing at a time, because you wouldn't know until you try it. Because I could tell you that, oh, you know, like now, based on the future hiring trends, they are more likely to hire people who are expressive, like people who are, dare to express and more creative, more innovative. If I tell you that, then maybe you might want to try artistic first. So my point is that you don't rely on what other people tell you, but more of go with your heart. Like, what do you want to try first, and what will you regret not trying first, right? So whatever opportunities that are open up for you, you take the chance, take the risk, and try it when you're still young. Okay, so now that you kind of have an idea of your Holland codes, what are the practical applications of this? So the first step is you use this as a starting point to clarify your own interests, and then you could engage in a career exploration through a coaching session. So find a career coach. So I believe in university, you have your career centers, right? So you could, maybe they are using a different set of tests, a different set of assessments. It could be the MBTI, right? Could be something else. So now that you have an idea of where your colon codes are, use this time to engage in a conversation with a certified coach so that you could have a clearer idea of how it works. Then the next step is to locate the occupations that are that you could relate to these codes. So maybe you could do a list of the occupation, or you could do a research of like what kind of occupations would actually suit this set of codes. And then the third step is to start exploring this occupation through informational interview, or like volunteering, or like taking courses. So informational interview refers to checking in with someone who is already in this role. So it could be a mentor, it could be a stranger that you find on LinkedIn, right? Someone who is already in this role and could share with you a bit more on what this role encompasses. Okay, so the next part of my sharing is actually on how to further prove your career. And as I emphasized earlier, right, instead of creating like a fixed career plan, you know, like what are the things to do, keep it flexible earlier on in your career. You're not planning for a forever job, right? Most graduates, when they graduate, they come up thinking that the first job that I go into will likely be my path, you know, forever. This is the path that I'm going to take. But career switch is more common than you think. A lot of the career switches are actually in the middle age, right? When in their 30s, in their 40s, they are still able to do career switch. What will be essential for you is to know what are your skill sets, how can you value add this to the ideal company that you want to go into. So being fresh graduates, you might not really have an idea, or probably you are fortunate, right? You might have past experiences, exposure, a wide range of exposure that can actually give you this kind of data points. But if you have not, like most graduates would have not, take this chance to explore whatever that looks interesting and enjoyable to you at this moment. So these experiences and skills that you gain will help to boost your future employability. You'll get more idea of like what works for you and what doesn't. And if it doesn't, you could eliminate all these choices and move on. For example, along the way, you know, you do internships or you do your first job, right? You realize that actually you're someone who don't really like to interact with people. You prefer to be desk bound. You prefer that you have maybe a mix of like people interaction and desk bound jobs, like perhaps project management, right? You prefer like 50% to be desk bound, the other 50% to be interacting, or maybe 70%, 30%, things like that. So these are things that you would only know through experiences, and it will be a bit difficult for you to just identify it right from the start. So one way to avoid feeling like you're about to hit an early life crisis is to try different things. Okay, so the first thing that I would like you to do is to attend courses, as many as you can while you still have the time. And the page that I would like to introduce you to, this platform, is called Inside Sherpa. So since then, they have changed their name to The Forage. So they changed the name. But if you click on www.insidesherpa.com, they will still redirect you to The Forage. So what they do here is that they work with companies to do sponsored virtual internships where you can learn skills from industries like investment banking, management consulting, product management, and more. Big names, Goldman Sachs, Accenture, JP Morgan, Deloitte, right? But these are not real practical working experiences where you can put them under your work experiences, professional experiences. They are basically just projects that you work on based on ex-employees who have been with the companies, right? They devise all these project tools. So I took some screenshots. This is Accenture Future Innovator in Training. So this program that they devised is a self-paced program and takes about 5 to 6 hours to complete. Upon completion, you actually receive a certificate that you see it on the right. So this is the KPMG one, where it actually certifies you for completing the data analytics consulting virtual internship. And you could put this up on your LinkedIn under your portfolio. But because this is not an actual internship with the company, you're just working on projects, so you don't put it under professional experiences, professional work experiences, can put it under projects. The second course that I'd like to introduce you to is Grow.Google. So Grow.Google offers digital marketing courses. As you can see here, you could get yourself ready for digital marketing with their beginners course, right? And also their Google Analytics. So they even offer like this Google Analytics certifications for free, which actually some of the companies as you see outside, they are actually charging about like 1,000 or 2,000 Singapore dollars. So very good initiative by Google, which they launched this year. They also offer cloud computing for those that are interested in cloud technology. So this is something that is very hot in demand. Cloud systems, right? Everything has been moving, right? From your CD-ROMs, maybe not your era, but my era was still using the CD-ROMs, right? To the USB and then now to cloud. So if you are interested in this and you want to upskill yourself in terms of your technical skills, this is a place for you to do it for free. As of now that I checked, but it might have changed, you know, if you do it, assess it later on. The third that I would like to share with you is actually this lynda.com. So this is actually similar to LinkedIn Learning, right? If you're using LinkedIn, and if you're not using LinkedIn, I would highly encourage you to do it. It's a very good platform for you to do networking, professional networking, and that would really help to boost your career. So this platform, lynda.com, this is actually, they made it accessible for Singaporeans or Singapore PR to access it for free via the library membership online. So if you're a foreigner, right, you could also get, and if you're a foreigner and you're in Singapore, right, you should get the passion card member, and that will give you some waiver for the registration fee. If you're a foreigner and you're not in Singapore, not to worry, you will not be using this Lynda platform, but you will be using the LinkedIn Learning. But there will be a slight nominal fee for you to pay on a monthly basis, which I think is about maybe $10, $20 or something like that. But you can take a lot of very useful courses as such, okay? So log in via your ID, and these are some of the examples of the courses. So this courses is really like a very, very wide range, just like what you see on Udemy and Coursera. What is good about this, what is different about this as compared to Udemy and Coursera? Even though Udemy and Coursera, they are also highly recognized, this platform is actually certified by LinkedIn, right? It's their own in-house platform. So you put up your licenses and certifications upon completion, it's actually likely more to be recognized. So you can just put up their certifications here. Just like the one that I did during the lockdown in Singapore, right? I did a design thinking course. So this is on customer experience and design venture. So there will be credential ID, and then you could just put it up on your LinkedIn profile. Okay. Another part on LinkedIn is the skills and endorsement. So if you have any technical skills, right, only for technical, not for soft skills. So what are technical skills? For example, like data analytics, or like, for example, Python, right? All these are technical skills. Soft skills are referring to like your communication, your presentation, or like your teamwork. All these are soft skills. So for technical skills, you could put it up on LinkedIn under skills and endorsement. You could also get someone to endorse it for you. It is always better for someone to endorse for you because, anybody can say anything about myself. I can say anything about myself, but I will be more credible if someone is saying it for me, right, from someone else's mouth. So if you want an endorsement, you could start off by endorsing for someone else first, right? And it will be good if you can find someone who has certain kind of like credentials, right, in the area that you want to go into. Say, for example, marketing. You want to go into marketing, find a marketing professional to do it for you. So LinkedIn recently also launched this skill quiz, tech skill quiz. Right, so I took this agile methodologies, and then how this quiz works is that it's actually not easy, right? Unless you are really technically competent. Why do I say that? Is because they actually do not allow you to take that quiz if you fail it. Like if you fail the quiz, you're not allowed to take it until 3 months later. Means you have to go and do your revision, right, and stuff. So they launched this to actually ensure that people don't just put up their skills, but also they kind of like do some assessment on their in-house, like back end, they do some assessment to make sure like it's verified. So once you do, they will put up this like passed. Okay. Moving on, right? So I would like to share with you that it's not just the knowledge and hard skills, based on your education or like based on the internships and things like that that you want to work on. It's actually more important for you to work on soft skills, right? So why is it important on soft skills? Because technical skills actually it's easily, everybody can learn it as long as I put in the effort, I put in the time, I put in the hard work, I can pick up the hard skills, say coding or programming. But soft skills, it actually comes with experience. You need to go through certain kind of experiences. Like, for example, leadership, right? You need to take on a leadership role before you can actually confidently say that you can lead a team. You know what kind of emotional challenges that your team members go through, or like what kind of conflict management that you have to deal with in a leadership position. So the top 6 skills that LinkedIn has identified in terms of importance, right? They rank adaptability as the first, right? Especially in this pandemic, it's very important for you to pivot and adapt. Second is culture add. Third is collaboration. Fourth is leadership. Fifth is growth potential. And lastly is prioritization, time management, things like that. Okay, so the second thing, so the first was causes, right, that I introduced you. The second thing that I like to introduce you to is volunteering. Very important as well. If because of this COVID situation, you find that it's not easy for you to secure internships, then I'd like to bring you a new perspective that you can actually start to gain the skills and experiences through volunteering. So be proactive to take part in activities that are relevant to your field. If you are still schooling, very good opportunity for you to take part, you know, like for example, like entrepreneurship clubs or like school council, student council, things like that. These are activities that you can take part in to hone certain skill sets. If you are out of school, right, you've graduated, then you could actually assess some of this. Some of this might be just for Singapore, but if it's overseas, right, you might need to actually do a search on your own, like what kind of volunteering opportunities are there. But this is not the point, right? My point is that I'd like to share with you that it would be important for you to actually gain volunteering experiences. Why is that so? Because it actually demonstrates that you are doing something different from all other job seekers. Some of the job seekers, when they are in between, when they are waiting for jobs, you know, they are just doing, you know, maybe attend a bit of courses or like just applying and waiting for the recruiter to get back to them. But what you can do differently is that you can use this time wisely by showcasing to them that you are able to demonstrate certain skill sets through some hands-on experiences. It's not just attending courses, right? It's through hands-on experiences, practical experiences that you have done, and someone is able to verify it for you because they are working together with you through volunteering. Okay. So once you have this, right, once you have this volunteering, highlight your contributions, what kind of difference you have made to others. You know, if you're into social service, go into social service kind of volunteering. People do have this impression that volunteering is like related to social service, like helping the elderly or like helping children, but actually it's more than that. One of the volunteering organizations that I've joined is this Young Women's Leadership Connection. Over here, I did a marketing communications collaterals, right? I joined this marketing communications team. And in that short months, you know, I have learned so many things about marketing because in the group itself, they are all marketing professionals. So I learned about website design, or like media collaterals, or like how to write copywriting, things like that. Okay, the last part that I'd like to share with you on is on networking. I can't emphasize this enough because it's really, really important. 70% of the jobs that are available in the market is in the hidden job market. You are not able to see it because it's through connections that you get linked up for this kind of job opportunities. So they don't post it up, you know, they provide these opportunities to people that they already know because there's some credibility. How do you do networking, right? The easiest way for you to do it is on LinkedIn. Why LinkedIn, right? Because on LinkedIn, everybody is there for networking. If they do not want to network, they will not be on LinkedIn. So get ready, you know, get ready your LinkedIn profile, do it up well, make sure that it looks appealing to the recruiters, especially important for it to be relevant. Relevance is the key for it to be relevant to the role that you want to apply for. If you're going for a software engineering role, then all the information on your LinkedIn, as much as you can, be related to that software engineering role or that company. So these are some examples, some samples that I'd like to share with you of how to write your pitch. So the first example on the left, my name is Alice, okay? I have been in the business of wealth planning since the time it was only about selling insurance. I spent many years there, okay? The part describe the value you bring. So what kind of value I can bring to your team? The one on the right, the example on the right, it's more on asking a question, right? So you end off with a question. Okay, my name is Alice again. Okay, so please, okay, I'm a BBA business administrative student at NUS and I'm a real tech geek. So I'm really intrigued by what your annual, sorry, this thing is blocking me, I can't see it. Okay, what your annual report mentioned about the impact of technology. So I happen to be the VP in the NUS Computing Club, and we once profiled Goldman Sachs as an employer of choice. Could you give me your first-hand information, having been in the company for 6 years? So ask a question. Whatever that you see on their LinkedIn profile is something that they want, they are proud of, the achievements that they are proud of. So if you do your due diligence, right, you do your homework, you go and check out their profile, you would be able to say something that they can relate to very well. So check out their profile first before you write this. So write something that you can find some common similarities between you and them. And that will be good because there's something, it opens up the conversation, you have something to talk about. Another example, to ask for a job referral. So you can see the one on the right, ask for a job referral. So this person is very, very direct. Hi, Zachary. I hope all is well with you. I came across the senior project management role at Freshing and I'm interested in applying. Would you be open to sharing my LinkedIn profile with the hiring team so they know about my interest in this role? While this is very direct, right? It's very good, it's very direct, very clear and direct. What is the intention for connecting? I would recommend that the best way for you to ask for a referral is to meet up with the person, have some interactions, because there's no reason why someone would want to refer you unless it's a win-win situation for them, right? They are actually putting their credibility at stake, right? They value their relationship with the company more than they value the relationship with a stranger. So they are putting their reputation at stake if they were to refer a stranger. So give them an opportunity to get to know you a bit better, right? What you can offer and how they believe that, you are actually a very good fit for that role and they would like to recommend you. On hindsight, right, they do have some incentives, right, for referring, especially for the big MNCs, the big companies, like for example, banks, right, they offer very, very good, attractive remuneration for referrals. So this could be something that some of the mentors or some of the referrals they are keen on. But I think ultimately, for someone to put their reputation at stake, it would still be very important for them to get to know you well enough. So catch an opportunity for you to do a meetup, face-to-face meetup if possible. If not, do a virtual one, a virtual chat on Zoom. Okay, so I've come to the last part on the last 5 minutes, right? So if you do have any questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask me. Any questions? Anything that you're not sure of based on my sharing, and you think that it's actually good for you to know and would be able to help you with your career search?
Hi, can I ask a question?
Sure. Hi, Min Yang.
Yeah, hello. Just based on your speech that you said, because I'm also in Singapore, I'm from SMU. So, based on your speech, you said that 70% of the jobs in Singapore are by reference, right? I just want to ask, is it that there are just really low possibilities if you just directly search for the summer intern on the official website of a company?
Okay, so when I said that 70% of the jobs, they are in the hidden job market, it actually means that these job opportunities have not been posted on the portal yet. Means internal hire, like for example, the banks, big banks, right? They have internal mobility scheme, internal portal. So they will give these opportunities to the internal hire first, or if the internal hire is able to refer someone from external, like their friends or friends of friends, right? It will be much easier for them to get through internal referrals because they know someone. So your question is, would you mind repeating your question? Is it like towards this portion or more towards like the open opportunities on the portal, like if you were to apply on the website directly?
Yeah, directly. Is that means that the outsiders, which means that less connections, will have less possibility that you successfully applied for a job in the office?
Certainly. Yeah, certainly. So if you are not connected at all, right, and you don't make the effort to go and connect with people, right, you're just applying it through job portals, of course, there will be chances where you get selected, you get shortlisted for interviews. But as compared to someone who is actively doing networking, this person will stand a higher chance. Because even after I submit my application, right, I still go through the official route of submitting through the job portals. And I'm able to get someone to verify for me, right, someone to stand for me and introduce me to the connection that would fast track the process. I can just skip the HR, or like I could just, like of the 1,000 resumes that they receive, mine could be at the top.
I understand. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
May I ask a question?
Hi, Kelly.
Yeah.
Sure.
So you said that we should like connect with like others on LinkedIn, like with those like maybe professionals or like those with like experience. But then if we don't have like any internship like experiences, like why would they like want to connect with us? Like how
Do you mean
like,
in terms of maybe I could clarify on your question. Do you mean in terms of accepting your connection on LinkedIn or referring you for another opportunity?
accepting at first? Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. So I think this is I validate your concerns, but I think this worry is not much of a worry, not to worry about that, because people that are on LinkedIn, they are really very open about connecting. Right? If you have given it a try, you will have realized, they are just connecting with a lot of people. So that's not really much of a concern. So just let them know if you are still not feeling too confident of your, how much value you can bring to the other. Maybe you can do an assessment of like what are the values you have, what are the achievements that you have so far, and based on this person's profile, what are you able to bring to them? What are you able to bring to the table? So do a self-assessment first. One way to build confidence is to assess on your past successes. What have you done that you are proud of, right? Or what have you done that people could recognize you for?
See, thank you.
Welcome. Okay, so it's 5:01 now. I've exceeded the timing by 1 minute. So if you do have any questions, you could reach out to me at my email. If not, you could connect with me on LinkedIn. So I will drop my LinkedIn link on the Zoom chat here. Okay, and okay, Daphne as well. This is it. So let me know if you have any questions or however that I could help you with. Oops, sorry, I think let me send it to. Okay, so Eric has helped me send across. Okay, so thank you very much for your time. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Next, let's welcome Senior Digital Performance Manager Daniel Goh from Essence. Daniel is a digital consultant with 7 years of working experience across consumer tech, FMCG, government, and BFSI industries. She's currently seconded over to Google managing Google Marketing for Play Store, Google Assistant, and Google Ads. Let's look forward to thinking in the executive dialogue. So Daniel, you can share the screen.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing? Hope we're all doing well on this very nice, lovely Tuesday morning, well, evening. Okay, sorry, let me just share my screen. Awesome. So thanks for the introduction, and I just also want to give a shout out to Eric. Thanks for inviting me to this executive dialogue. really honored to be chosen amongst the many interesting speakers that you guys have today. Caught a little bit of what Daphne was mentioning as well, and I found it particularly interesting. I think there are a lot of cross applications to what to my own experience, so I'd love to share a little bit more about that with everyone. So I'll break this down into 3 sections, sharing a little bit about my background as well as my thoughts on what agility means in a pandemic. And finally, tips on standing out in a crowded space as you guys are stepping out of your graduation, trying to look for, look for your dream job. All right, so a little bit about myself. As mentioned, I'm a digital marketing consultant. I've worked for the past 5 years in the media industry, but I didn't always start out in media. In fact, I read political science as an undergrad and naturally found myself working for public sector. But it was only after a year or so of trying to find myself that I finally walked away from the proverbial iron rice bowl, right? Because I guess in Singapore, like there's this expectation or connotation that it's public sector benefits are great and everything, but I soon found that this wasn't something that I would see myself in the next 5 years. And so even though I love the team, I had really good mentors, and I fundamentally believed in what I stood for many reasons, I decided to walk away. So I remember what it was like to be energized by things like product development work that I did as an intern in Diageo, when I was trying to discuss with the product teams on new packaging formats or new flavors or brand positioning for brands like Smirnoff and Johnnie Walker. And I guess like the kind of experience naturally just then tended towards marketing, right? So without a clearer idea of what's to come, for better for worse, I went to break my parents' hearts probably the second time, right? The first time was when I studied political science instead of studying finance. Not sure if any of you guys had the same experience where your parents expected you to study something else. So as I walked out, or I stepped out of that my public sector job, I guess it wasn't an easy choice to make as well, right? Because I had to take a pay cut amidst taking on a mortgage, planning a wedding, and I guess kind of restarting all over again. But this was a considered choice, and I'll share a little bit more of why I was able to kind of make that decision. But luckily for me, like the media industry was exactly what I thought it would be. For me, I found it to be accessible and very democratic in that, like it really doesn't matter what your background is. Obviously, someone like me from political science was able to step in there and then just start from ground up. And I found that there wasn't a true path to success. So as I'm doing this sharing today, I just want everyone to be cognizant that this is just one of the many ways that you can be successful in your own right. And hopefully some of my experiences will still apply to you, even if you don't step into the media industry, right? So why media? Like, of course, I guess the perk of yacht parties and like unlimited coffee and like, working with very big brands can be a very good draw. That definitely was one of the reasons why I stepped into it. But a huge motivating factor was also the fact that, you could really build your own building blocks. You could add your own, you could really add your own building blocks, a foundation to why you wanted to, the kind of technical skills that you can add. For example, if you are a media executive, you would be working on all the different platforms like Google, Facebook, LinkedIn, and trying to understand the different types of technical skills that come with optimizing a campaign. You could also then brush up on your analytic skills. Along the way, I picked up visual dashboarding as a way to kind of communicate complex technical information to a non-technical person, right? Fundamentally, there's also a lot of soft skills involved in developing relationships with your clients, internal teams, and this will apply for all jobs. So I guess this was really a good mix of what I knew, what I wanted to work on, and something that I could see myself waking up feeling excited about the job. And I think once I recognized that passion is when it really validated my decision going into media. So I guess if there's anything you take away today, it's that you should fundamentally feel energized by your choice, because you got to spend so much time on it in your job, at least 8 hours a day, some of us even more. And so if like pay pass the bills and it doesn't spark something else in you, I think perhaps you might want to explore other things. And since a lot of you in this call are still students, I think there's a lot of stuff that I think we can still explore at this point, and I'll share my experience in a bit. So I guess just to go back to digital marketing, right? Like the beauty of digital marketing or the marketing industry is that there isn't a set metrics for what is a good marketer, right? You can imagine playing The Sims where you can toggle a set of characteristics for your avatar, like, all social skill sets, technical skill sets, everything, all the characteristics you control are the things that you will eventually acquire or stuff that you inherently own. And so I think for me, it was a new way to kind of redefine myself. And I saw a lot of opportunity in the media industry to be whoever I wanted to be. This realization dawned on me, like the more I read about programmatic tech, and it's a new buzzword I heard of, but never really understood. So that's when I guess I just hit first into that. So I guess to bring it back to, a relatable experience, I've put up a couple of logos on this on the screen. So this was actually my entire uni experience. I've done like multiple internships. I did sales. I did public sector internships. If you see the top right, People Bihun Factory. So that's a small medium enterprise. They deal mainly with food manufacturing. I literally ran the spectrum of to understand what I liked and what I didn't like. Of course, I didn't go about trying to seek out those experiences. For some way or another, it kind of just, I ran into these opportunities and I stepped up, and, even though they were so different, I did them anyway. And the thinking was that, there's just simply no wrong choice here. As a student, there was a lot of fallback. There's a lot of, well, if this doesn't work out this summer, then there's always the next, right? And I encourage everyone in this call to also have the same mentality, right? Because it's the ability to do the breadth of things before you finally understand what's really out there for you. And so to draw back on my experience that I mentioned earlier, why I was able to quit the public sector, even though everything was great at the start, I just felt like it wasn't something that really energized me. And that can only come about because I was able to, understand where my passions lie, because I did a full breadth of types of jobs that were available in the marketplace, right? So I basically so on top of all these internships, I was also trying to run a business on the side, doing career development, public speaking workshops, and debate workshops. And as far as possible, I had to be honest with myself as well, like which of these things do I want to be doing long term? And I soon found out that it was my experience with Diageo that really made me acutely aware of different types of marketing principles. And even though I was doing political science as a major, marketing was just something that I read on the side. I was interested in business news anyway, so that's something that I could kind of keep up with. And so, just by being able to be led by your passions is a good way to kind of see how you can turn that into a career. All right, so I guess that also brings me to my second point, which is agility in a pandemic. and understanding what that means, because for every event there will be winners and losers. Like for example, like ever since lockdown law started in every major city, like footfall fell, right? Businesses suffered, and for the media industry, we took a hit as well. So we had to think what agility meant, right? We definitely took a hit when offline ads went on hold and just advertisers started pulling back their brand marketing spend. But what we soon realized was that what they pull back in brand marketing, they put into their e-com budgets, or basically their marketing budgets that was able to push forward their performance branch, their performance side of things that allows them to sell things digitally or continue to proceed to provide their goods and services. So businesses that were slow to embrace digitizations definitely struggled, but for those that were already on a path to put their businesses online, to make them searchable, managed to hold on to their support base to tide this over. I think most of us are based in Singapore, and like past the circuit breaker, we're able to kind of see things going back into recovery. But nonetheless, like the key question for us as marketers is just, like what happens if this continues to be the case, that people stop walking around and the idea of organic discovery doesn't exist anymore, right? How does that impact the business, and how should we pivot, right? So this is definitely a question that we always ask ourselves at Essence and Google. How are we future-proofing the team for a prolonged pandemic? What even about a post-COVID world? How would that look like and impact our operations, right? But more specifically for graduates like yourselves, do you need to reinvent yourselves and maybe even your expectations? For example, if you're studying a particular subject, is there an opportunity that you can kind of pivot into this new normal that we see ourselves in today, right? And maybe even without the pandemic, right? Some of you might be like me, be reading something that you really enjoy as your major, but actually realizing that as if thinking about your career seems to be something else, maybe your day in, day out, you kind of want like a disconnect, or you just find yourself having tastes and preferences changed over the course of your degree, right? That always happens, right? Or rather, that can happen as well. And so how do you kind of reposition your experiences to kind of prepare to pivot in another area of specialization altogether? I would encourage everyone on this call to kind of reflect on three things. Where do you think your degree can currently get you interviews to? The kinds of industries, the kinds of functions, the kinds of jobs that you want to do, right? And second, what's the ideal problem or nature of tasks that you want to solve on a daily basis? Right? Is there a particular calling or purpose that you want to kind of step up to? Because this is really your innate like motivation for waking up super early. If you're going to be doing like a 5 a.m. call, that you'll be prepared, because this is actually what you wanted to do full time, right? Like as part of your career, and that you wouldn't mind doing that. And thirdly, and this is really a test of intellectual honesty. Is there a gap between where you are now and where you want to get to, right? Is it about doing a volunteer project like Daphne mentioned, or simply speaking to a mentor, some senior, to understand the kind of skills that you lack, and then trying to bridge the gap? Because I think that fundamentally, as fresh grads, we all need a little bit of I guess a recognition that there's so much more to learn out there. Like, you've done your 4 years, it's great. You guys are definitely prepared theoretically. You guys are also very prepared to do a lot of tasks in a short amount of time. But in terms of being able to turn this into practical experiences that companies value, is there something that you kind of lack? that's when I want to touch a little bit on job hunting tips, right? Because the only way that you are able to understand what are the skills you lack is through countless, hundreds and hundreds of like job descriptions that you read on LinkedIn, and from there you'll be able to kind of spot the patterns, right? For example, if you see certain skill sets that keep repeating itself, that's when you know that you're kind of attracted to a certain nature of job functions or industry, and from there you can kind of fill in the gap. Like if you're missing like data analytics course skills, then there are definitely a lot of courses that you can kind of bridge that gap with the online wealth of knowledge that we can have. So I guess it's important to kind of set that expectation and to keep yourself honest, right? And I found that my sales training kind of lent me well for success when I was trying to look for a career switch, right? I made sure that I connected with seniors, friends, and family to understand the possible spectrum that existed out there. Right, maybe some of you guys were definitely a lot more savvy than I was when I was in uni, but I didn't understand what were the different types of work, right, that existed for me to make an absolutely informed decision. So that's when the networking kind of came about. But once I narrowed down the field that I was interested in, I had a game plan to secure an interview, right? And so I started setting targets for myself. How many CVs would I send out a day? Because it's kind of like a funnel, right? The number of CVs you send out, assuming you have a 50% hit rate, what does that make you? How does that bring you to your first phone call interview with the recruiter for your screening exercise, right? How does that filter down to your next interview and your next? And so being able to set these sorts of realistic targets was very important to me, right? Because I just felt like I didn't want to go start my day having graduated kind of aimless. I already started I started myself with some sort of a work schedule, maybe from 9 to 4, like that's when I'll be like full job hunting mode. Just kind of understanding the types of industries that I was interested in, just sending out my CVs as well, and doing so in such a way that you don't experience burnout. So that's, I think the sales rigor was very important to kind of like setting my mindset right for this exercise. Try to set targets for referrals as well. I set myself a target of finding 2 individuals a day for, say, 2 weeks, just to understand more about their company. Of course, I need to do a lot more research, strike up a conversation. I think there was an earlier question, right, that how would I know that the other person will be interested in accepting my LinkedIn invite, right, if I don't have any prior experience. And I think that's something that you can definitely work on. There's a little bit of homework that you need to do. For example, try and find out some of the topics that this mentor you're interested in engaging has spoken about in the past, and try to create a topic from there, right? Of course, it's a little bit of like building a relationship, and people who are able to do that seamlessly will always find that like it's actually quite easy to get referrals, because on LinkedIn, everyone's kind of in an environment where having these sorts of conversations is encouraged in the first place. So the mindset is already very favorable for you to ask for, say, what are your thoughts on this thing that happened in this industry, right? So that's something I would suggest. So once you've kind of set your targets for referrals into industries and jobs that you're passionate about, that's where hopefully by then you'll start to hear back from the recruiters. And I guess even if you don't hear back from recruiters, this is something that I also did, right? Like I remember sending through my analysis to the GM of an MNC to share some of my thoughts on their marketing activities and some of the challenges that they'll probably face. This of course took me a while, like, if you're always doing these sorts of consulting, maybe at the start you won't always get it right. But it's for me, it was kind of like a warm-up exercise as well, because I knew that I was very passionate about the marketing industry. So what were some of the forward-looking challenges that I saw for that particular company, right? And I was able to kind of be a little bit more proactive, getting my plan in front of him. And very soon I heard back from the recruiter, even though I didn't put in a formal application, right? I think the issue back then was that the application link was down. So I mean, my opening was just that, look, your application link was down. By the way, this is kind of like the SWOT analysis I've done for your marketing team. I think you guys are likely to run into this issue, but this is how I would counter it. And I always end off with the fact that, obviously this is just a two-dimensional plan. I think I can do a much better job if I were to kind of speak to you directly. And you open up that opportunity, right, to kind of, have that conversation in the first place. And the assumption here, of course, is that you will get the opportunity to impress them. And even if you don't, again, this is a learning experience. So, I mean, it obviously took me a long while to get this right. There were so many times that, companies just didn't write back or, to say thanks. And so it's an ongoing challenge. It's definitely something that I've come to enjoy because it then becomes kind of like an intellectual exercise. So after hundreds of consultative projects that you do for free, asking for nothing in return, all in the spirit of getting better, I think I hope that we become better at it after a while. So bear in mind that all these tips are of course personal as well. Like the key takeaway here is just to find a way that suits your personality and your skill sets to kind of stand up in the crowd. And I guess the more jobs you apply for, like I've mentioned, you'll be able to identify certain trends, recurring themes or skills that you need to have, or the ways that people respond to you. The key secret though is that you need to start, right? And once you keep doing the same thing, you need to understand, kind of get feedback on how to become better as well. All right, I do want to take a pause here. I've thrown a lot at you, and I'm sure you guys might have questions or contrarian views or experiences you want to share. I do want to take the next half an hour to kind of to understand, like some of the questions or experiences that you guys might have, and happy to kind of troubleshoot as well. Just going to take a sip of water while you guys can continue to think about what questions you guys might have.
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
I'm a freshman in Singapore, but
yeah.
We all know that it is quite difficult for a freshman, especially a foreigner, to find the first internship. My question would be, what's your tips or what's your suggestions on finding the very, very first internship? Due to that, I have any prior working experience, and also lack of the hard skills such as Python or data analysis, like that kind of things. Thank you.
Got it. Thanks, Mei-Yang, for the question. May I know what industry, or rather what's your area of specialization? What's your degree in?
I major in economics, and I'm going to take a second major in finance or quantitative finance. I think I have no, favorite industry that I want to go to. I can go to banks. I want to go to banks, investment bankings, or also, like Shopee. Like I think everything I can try, but because I haven't formed a really clear career path or a career plan.
Yeah.
Because I'm
absolutely
freshman, right? So just want to ask you some overall advice or suggestions on.
Yeah. I definitely echo that sentiment. I remember my year one experience as well. So I think that's a really valid question as well. I think as a year one student, I'll definitely still try for jobs. It does sound as though you have a clear idea of where you're going to, like basically tech. You're not sure whether you definitely want to go down the quant hole or some other path. But I would apply as you normally would, but I would also try to kind of broaden myself to taking up TA positions or helping your professors in some of the more academic theoretical work, because I do acknowledge that I guess when companies do hire, being an absolute fresher, being in year one might put you like it's going to be you'll be competing with year twos and year threes who then might have certain modules advantage over you guys. And that would be kind of the differentiating factor. And so I would say in my year one experience, I was given the same advice. Try to do more work to kind of beef up my portfolio such that the next time I go to a company, I'll be able to say like I did this, I achieved this, and like there's some sort of portfolio to kind of wrap my head around and kind of talk about as well. Because they're definitely going to ask you these questions like, how are you under stress? How do you prioritize different types of timelines, right? What's your project management style? Because as we are, I guess, as interns are hired and selected, they won't be, tasked to do like you won't have a very heavy hand on like taking one entire project and handling it all by yourself. It's probably going to be broken down in the first place. So I guess being able to kind of communicate that is definitely important. Being able to have projects that you're proud of and being able to talk about that to your prospective employer will be important.
Thank you so much.
No problem. Yes, I'll pose a question out then. Like, what are the types of industries that people on the call today are thinking of applying into? We've heard from Ming Yang that there's interest in finance or even tech companies.
It's the same for me, like maybe banking or consulting. Yeah, or like business, that kind of area.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Kelly. So I guess a trend that I'm definitely noticing in recently is that companies are increasingly looking for people with experiences to like launch a product or service in a completely blank space. Especially for those of you who are looking for tech jobs, you realize that so many times there's just no precedent or no playbook written for this new product that's out there in the market. So I guess even if you're thinking about things like Shopee, a lot of what they're doing is just not done 10 years ago, and therefore you wouldn't find someone with that amount of experience in market in the first place. So how do you, as a fresher, kind of put yourselves out there to compete in a competitive job market? I do think, and I've seen people who succeed in kind of getting an edge out, right? But that's because they have kind of their own pet projects, something that is started in school, or something that they've done a module out of that eventually kind of spun off and developed into a whole business of its own, right? So being able to start something from scratch and being able to, I guess, develop the different types of milestones in a space that doesn't really have a precedent, that's important and valued by your prospective employers as well. Especially for the tech space, there's so much emphasis on kind of starting up and, like just going with the flow, troubleshooting problems day on day, that is really valued. So I would, again, I guess, again, to Min Young's question, that it's important to start having like a pet project that you're passionate about and then kind of starting from there. In terms of in terms of writing your resumes as well, I just wanted to get a understanding of how many on this call have also started branching out into video resumes. I don't have the function to have you guys raise your hand, I think. But yeah, like I'd love to keep this a little bit more interactive. So feel free to kind of voice out if you guys have tried it or, decided against it or love it. Just love absolutely sending out video resumes.
Is it common to send a video resume to the company? Because I think if you apply for a job in the official website in a company, for example, a summer intern, they will ask you to upload your paper resume and also upload your unofficial transcript. And then maybe they will sometimes ask you some questions for tests. And then if you got into the second round, they will ask you to answer some video questions, like they are prerequisite videos for you to answer. Is it to upload your video resume at first?
Yeah, so I would include that as a link on your CV, for example, but I wouldn't just limit it to video resumes. For example, any sort of past work that you have done, articles you have written, or even papers that you have written, right? Just putting myself in the shoes of a fresh grad again. I think it's important to then also showcase the different aspects or different types of work that you are that you have done. So how do we showcase work in the student life, right? Like how are we able to translate that and make it valuable to someone in a hiring position? I would try to perhaps find out of my many term papers or term assignments that I throw out. Are there any that are actually specific to the industry that they are working in? Is there any sort of research that talks about like disruption to their areas that they're interested in as well? Even if there isn't, right, there's no overlap at all with what we study and what the kinds of work that we want to do, then how about like, I guess it's just trying to draw the lines of best fit. You can simply comment and strike up conversations on LinkedIn as well with thought leaders and kind of start that sparring session to prepare yourself in times where you're required to kind of elevate your conversation to potential employers and hiring managers as well, because to be honest, the conversations that you will have are largely the same, right? They will ask you on your thoughts on the industry, like how you kind of solve certain problems, what you foresee would be an issue in a COVID world, perhaps, right? So being able to hold hold these sorts of conversations and being able to have experience in what they're thinking all starts from somewhere, right? So to pull it back, I guess I have also kind of sent out thought pieces that I've written to my prospective employers, and from there, you know, being able to catch their interest. I guess the point here is not so much the video resume part or the visuals that you put out. It's just more of like, how do I start a conversation without literally saying, oh, what do you think about this, right? Like I'm putting some work out proactively so that they can kind of comment on it as well. And I think it's also a good way to get feedback, to know if you're in the right track. Being able to showcase that side of you, the humility, the fact that, you know, I put out some work. What do you think? As you're applying for jobs is a good practice to have. I guess in my past experience, I've also kind of put out like a 30, 60, 90-day plan. For example, just to showcase what are the different steps that I'll do to then very quickly familiarize myself, knowing full well that I don't have any relevant experience in that particular field. And experience what your work ethic is like, and hopefully if you are logical enough, if you have a solid step-by-step plan, that they will have more confidence in taking a step at you as opposed to someone else in someone else's application. Fundamentally, it's about proactively giving a lot more information to your employers so that they have a better way to assess you against someone else, that I find is very important. I just saw in the chat, Alex has a question. Is there a way to accelerate your search for your calling or jobs that suit you? For example, should I find internships across many of the fields that I'm interested in? Yes, so I think that's a really good question. Like, how do you try as many jobs as you can, try as many things as you can, and then hopefully, even if it doesn't work out, right, at least you know when you're kind of failing fast. I don't think there is I guess the magic formula for me in that sense has always been to put out as many applications as I can. For me, I've kind of done the sales route. I'll just send out like 6 applications a day and then do it for 2 weeks and then see kind of like how that pans out. And I do it systematically in that I'll shortlist like the industries and then therefore narrow down to the types of functions. And I'll do that across, right? So for example, in Kelly's case, she's interested in consulting. Narrow down all the consulting jobs that you're relevant in. Are there within consulting, are there specific verticals that you are then more passionate about, and therefore like it's going to be easier for you to build that bridge for your employers to say, yeah, I think I'll select you for the internship. So from there, like go down from industry to narrowing down the company vertical, and then replicating the process for different functions that you're interested in kind of exploring. I guess after a while, there are 2 ways to go about it. First, you get a sampling of like different functions, and for me, that was my case. I found that to be very useful. But for others, I guess over time you see a line of best fit where you tend towards a certain kind of job. I think that's good too. That probably shows that there is some sort of like a subconscious leaning towards certain industries and functions. But I guess fundamentally, it's also about being honest in your search. Like, have you considered all possibilities, and have you been able to broaden the category of your search? I guess that's where LinkedIn is kind of like a really powerful feature, because it allows you to then kind of literally go down the checklist to be able to do that. So Alex, I hope that answers your question. All right, a question for Harry, from Harry. I see some people make beautiful and colorful resumes. Does it help increase the chance of getting an interview? I'm definitely in favor of that. So I designed my resume on Canva. I would recommend that you guys do that as well, because I guess in the backdrop of Word document resumes, Times New Roman, anything that kind of talks about visual interest is going to pop out. But of course, it's important to also have like underlying substance, right? Like, it is the what that you are talking about in your resume that's also going to be important. And so I guess you could, between a beautiful, colorful resume that just has pictures and colors, and one that's solid, of course, you're going to go for someone with solid years of experience and things like that. But I guess the question is, you're comparing a candidate like for like, right? Because if there's absolutely nothing else that discerns you from the other, then obviously you want to be seen as being able to kind of convey information in a more palatable way. And I guess resumes are really kind of a shorthand to show how you distill complex information and kind of convey that to someone else. Being able to do that in your own history, your own job history is also important. For example, are you someone who kind of bullet points everything, or kind of draws out things like key results and making it more concise? Like that's important as well, right? I definitely have a lot more tips to share on that. But I like, feel free to kind of reach out to me on LinkedIn if you guys have like specific questions on your resume, because that's something that I've actively kind of helped out in the community as well. All right, second question from Alex. You've mentioned that you continue to reach out to companies and commenting on their marketing strategies. How do you stay positive and continue to do so, especially since it's very likely you'll face rejection day to day? Yeah, that's a really good question. I think for me, it's I do enjoy the intellectual exercise of kind of like dissecting what a company's problem is. For me, it's about being able to like detach myself from the headspace of oh, I work on this particular product today. I guess it's a way to test out your theories to see if they still hold true in a different company, why or why not. And I guess that for me is something I find fun. I definitely do face rejections or like just people not responding, right? And I think being able to stay positive is definitely something that I continue to struggle with. I think 2020 was a absolute crazy year, and there are times where it's difficult to kind of stay positive, and even if you don't get like good feedback from the work that you put out. Thankfully though, like I've most of the work that I've put out on LinkedIn has been, at least I've received like constructive criticism. So even when people say that like, oh, you didn't get this absolutely right, like I've been able to kind of be in a position to kind of turn it around, and I encourage you guys to kind of look through how people give comments and give feedback as well, because I guess it's a two-way street. After a while, you tend to just not care about individuals who just give like overly negative feedback anyway, right? And try to look out for more positive, or I guess more constructive criticism. Perfect.
Hi, Danielle. Can you hear?
Yes.
I'd like to ask, like, for year 1, year 2 students, since I saw like recruitment, they only hire year 3 and year 4 students. So I would like to know, like, other than internship, what are other extracurricular activities we can try to, like, make our resume more competitive?
Yep. There are actually quite a number of challenges or I'm not sure if they still call it challenges, but like basically projects with prize money, right? That schools often provide. So I mean, thanks for the question, Aining. So what I've done in the first 2 years is also to go for these competitions where sometimes at the end they do tie up an internship or at least some sort of prize money, but always some form of publicity where they they host kind of like a round table and everyone pitches in to get the best idea across. Those are a great way to get visibility across the industry that you want to get into. I think for business students, there's definitely a lot of case competitions from FMCGs, consulting companies all year round, so do look out for those. I think I am not as familiar for other industries, but I'm sure there is a version of that, right? But so I guess the first answer to your question would be to look out for these sorts of industry held competitions, workshops, what have you. But a second way to get experience might be also to then start something yourself, right? To prove that you have initiative and kind of then see if that can actually spin off to something that also sparks your own interest and passion, because a lot of great ideas and great startups do come from a time when you're in uni, right? Where you don't really have a client in mind, but you're just kind of keen in solving problems. So that would be another route as well, if you're inclined towards entrepreneurship, things like that. But I guess a third way that I might have mentioned earlier is also through community service and volunteer work. Just being able to, I guess help find a cause that's deep and close to your heart, and being able to then kind of respond to a community in need, like that has been a good way to experience across all functions. Because, for example, you might need to do marketing, but you also probably need to do product development, for example, right? So does that require you to pick up coding on the side, or does that require you to maybe put your own economics knowledge to use? For example, like if you want to price your goods and services in a certain way, just doing that competitor analysis, right? Just making things out there. But I guess fundamentally, like just finding a pet project to do always is always going to be an easy way to kind of like build experience out for yourself, and also just to understand what are the areas that you're interested in. No problem. Okay, let's see where I stopped. A couple of questions. Is it possible and polite to ask for comment or feedback from the receivers, even though the receivers didn't respond to your response? Given what you've mentioned about the reach out. Okay. Someone sent this to me privately, but I guess just to clarify on the question, do you mean that is it always polite to get feedback from people who have given you negative feedback, right? Is that correct? Do you agree? Yeah. Okay. Cool. So yeah, I generally think that it's important to ask for feedback. So whether it's polite or not depends on how you're asking for feedback, right? Of course, we we always try to acknowledge why the person who's giving you feedback is where they're coming from, why are they saying certain things. Of course, sometimes if you do come across as defensive, that is not a good look. How do you avoid looking defensive? I'm sure there are lists of do nots. For example, do not say things like I disagree outright. There are definitely a few ways that we can agree to disagree. For example, we can agree with the premise but disagree with the outcome. Or like there are a couple of ways to dissect that. It's a little bit hard to kind of go into it without knowing what the use case is. But I guess to answer the root of that question is it's always important to get feedback for any piece of work that you put out, whether it's to your professors, right, to understand where you are, whether you're on track. And if you disagree with that feedback, kind of be able to state your reasons why, right? Because this skill will carry you through to the workplace, whether it's to your teammate, to your boss, to your clients. And being able to disagree diplomatically is definitely a skill that we all need to learn, right? Because this will really serve you well in being able to work well with other teams. It's going to be very rare that you agree with everything and like everyone you work with ends up in perfect harmony. And the reason is because the starting point is just different. And therefore the way to get constructive feedback is to, I guess, build close relationships. Once you kind of know that the person is comfortable giving you feedback and you've kind of said, put out this piece of work, you kind of set the ground, the context that, you're here to receive constructive criticism. I think generally it's then kind of on, the onus is on that person to kind of give you their views. And if you agree, great. Even if you disagree, there's probably also a learning point to understand why they reacted like that. Right? I don't think it is an aggressive thing to ask for feedback. It's very important for your learning process. Awesome. We do have 4 more minutes. So I just wanted to leave room for perhaps one more question. If not, I'm happy to return the time to Eric and Aining.
Okay, thank you, Danelle, for your sharing. And let's make it a summary. Today, we hear from 2 speakers about their executive dialogues and 1 speaker for her psychological training. Also, we played a board game to get more familiarized with each other. Hopefully, you have learned a lot from today's venture. As a side note, please prepare 2 truths and 1 lie for your venture activity tomorrow. And also for tomorrow at 5 to 6 o'clock in the evening, we will have a networking part. So please prepare to meet more people. Thank you again for your participation today and looking forward to see you tomorrow. And so that's the end of today's venture. Thank you.